Hello, hello. Happy Wednesday, everybody. I guess let's start with a quick overview of where we are at, a recap from last time. I finished the suborbital research and early rocket development programs right around peak funding, which is great. That's perfect. And we switched over to early satellites light. Also great. So we've got 3 years, arguably, to wrap this up. I mean, 4 technically, but I'd like to have it wrapped up around 3. And it's currently the end of November 1955. So that means wrapping up by like the end of 1958. For comparison, Sputnik was launched in October of 57. And when was Explorer 1? I should know that, but I don't. January of 58. So that takes us through, first artificial satellite and first scientific satellite. We also have some of these other ones that we need to take a look at and try to get done. First polar orbit satellite, we can probably think about handling. Solar powered and atmospheric analysis, I think, is actually pretty easy once we're ready to do it. Let's see, early satellites, atmospheric analysis. Yeah, AP above 700. The only issue is getting the PE high enough, up to that 370. But other than that, I think that's pretty easy. First artificial satellite has bare minimum requirements. First scientific has an AP above 1.5 megameters and a PE between 200 and 900. This is easy to do with the rockets that I have on hand. You know, going American, we did this through the first attempt. This is Explorer 1, right? The first polar orbit satellite just has to have an inclination between 85 and 95 degrees. This is probably also possible with the same launcher that can do an Explorer 1. Then we have this solar-powered atmospheric analysis, some of these other ones. So at the start, though, of the satellite era, we have a couple of these downrange milestone contracts. This one for 6 megameters and the next one for 7.5. I did some experimentation off camera, and I did some rocket design off camera, because I was basically just getting us back to what we had in the first attempt at this, which is... I think this is the one. Yes. So this is not quite a Juno I. This is basically a Jupiter C, which was, I guess you could call it the predecessor of Juno I. It was one of the Army-sounding rocket designs. They remained suborbital, but looking at, what they achieved with this rocket, it's probably about the rocket we should be using for a 6 megameter launch. I can build this right now with current tech, and we'll look at the program for it shortly. But this should be pretty familiar to anyone who's familiar with US rocketry. We have an early redstone at the bottom, and that's what makes it a Jupiter C instead of a Juno I, is that it still has the early A6 engine. We don't have the A6H used on the proper Jupiter C and Juno I, or the A7 was used on the Mercury vehicle. So this is the early redstone engine. And then above that, I pop that off, we have basically our avionics bay, We have a tank. It's a much bigger tank than it needs to be, purely for like aesthetics and fitting this RCS on it, with just a little bit of helium, and that gives this whole upper unit control. And then above this is just a structural part. And all of this pops off, and we're back to the stack of solid boosters from a Juno or Jupiter C. So this effectively can hit that 6 megameter range no problem. This 50 units of sounding payload is real painful, but it slows it down a lot. How heavy this sounding payload is truly remarkable. But I don't think with this tech level, without doing some real goofy caveman stuff, I don't think we're getting this one up to the 7,500 kilometers, the 7.5 megameter downrange, which is the one after that. That one is this Jupiter H that I've got going on here. This is effectively a proper Juno I. This cannot get to orbit with this payload because, again, it's got that stupid 50 units of sounding payload. But this has the A6H engine configuration. This has the same tank, just stretched. So this doesn't need expensive tooling. This will be fairly cheap to tool. And everything from here on up is identical. Helium tank is the same. The avionics are all the same. So this is just a stretched, uprated version with the different fuel. It will require some launch complex modifications. It is... Oh, it's not quite too tall. Okay, I thought it was too tall, but maybe that was a different iteration that I worked on. But it does need different... resources. So it'll take like 4 days to get the new fuel and other stuff on to the into the launch complex, which is fine. And then in addition to this, to do that 7.5 megameter downrange, we also have this guy. This is not quite Explorer 1, because we don't have the science tech unlocked for the first scientific satellite yet, but it is effectively an Explorer 1. Hey, Starfighter! I was just kind of going through, I did a little bit of rocket design off stream, and I was just going through what I did and kind of what my plan for the next flights are. So this will do first satellite, but not first scientific satellite, because I don't actually have the science yet for it. And then I don't think I saved a version of this that has solar or... No, I didn't save a version that has solar or the uprated avionics yet. So if we flip over to the code, we don't actually want to look at the code, we want to look at the to-do list. That is not what I meant to do. Come on. There we go. So we can do 6 megameters right now, and then for the uprated rocket, we need to wait for 56 to 57 orbital rocketry, and that'll get us first orbit, as well as the 7.5 megameter downrange. We may as well fly it and get the extra points for it. And then, realistically, for first scientific satellite to last long enough in orbit, it needs the next tier of avionics. That's this early avionics and probes. And then at that point, it's already sufficient to do solar satellite. So I ordered them this way. We'll do solar first, and then scientific can also have solar on it, I guess, or I could do it without solar panels. And then we're also going to have to do a polar launch somewhere in here, which we may be able to do right here. we can certainly test it. And then there's the atmospheric analysis satellite, and that one, I'd have to double check the requirements, but I think we have to tweak our launch profiles a little bit for that. So I have two versions of the script, and this is pretty similar to everything we've written before. I need to double check this. I know the pitch for the A6H is right. I'm not actually 100% sure that this is right for the 6 megameter launch. We should verify that. But basically what this does is it drops the upper stage as soon as the bottom stage burns out, and then just kicks the solids. We don't do any coast phase, we just fire. The orbiter does a coast phase, and then locks to AP and burns more horizontal. So that's the only difference between these, is this one is optimized for maximum downrange with a heavy payload, and this one is optimized to try to get to orbit by waiting until a little later, you know, at AP to fire the upper stage. So yeah, this one I want to sim, and I want to double check that this 10-degree initial pitch over works correctly to hit the 6 megameter target with the current rocket design. And if it does, we can blast through these early ones. And then we'll want to sim for first polar orbit and figure out what we need to do to make first atmospheric analysis work. Because I think both of those are, you know, well, obviously slightly different launch profiles than we've got for all these other ones. So let's go back to the Jupiter, because this is what we're going to fly for the 6 megameter downrange, and let's just sim this. Double check that I have Jupiter. Yes, it's set for the 6 megameter configuration in the script. So let's sim this and make sure that I was editing it in place, and I added a commented out what I thought was the last thing that I tested for 6 megameter, but I didn't retest it off camera. So I do need to verify this configuration is going to do the right thing. There we go. This stage I found in testing to get the spin stabilization with RCS to work. We have to have a pretty tight, we have it here, this wait until steering locked is a pretty tight requirement. Otherwise, it gets quite a bit of wobble. All right. That looks like it's probably pretty close to the 6 megameters. Yeah, 6.3, no problem. All right. So this will achieve that contract. And then we'll need to wait for some... And I'm not sure what I could launch right now that would get me more science, like if it's worth spending any money on launches. You know, I think last time I was looking at, like, redstones with cameras and stuff strapped to the top of them, but the reality is, without the upper stage, we're just not getting the downrange we need to get the camera into new biomes, which means we're not getting much science off of it. So I don't think it's worth spending the money on. I think it's better to spend that money on more researchers to get through research more quickly. All right, so this needs a few things tooled. We need this, the structure, this cone structure tooled. We need the avionics tooled. 29.9 ton. Wait a second, did I thought this needed 31 tons. Yeah, 31 tons. I thought I saved the other one at 31 tons. This one is 31 tons, 300, 400 millimeters. Okay, I'm glad I double-checked this. Apparently I didn't save this with the adjusted 400 millimeter, 300 EC, 31 tons. Thank you. All right, so that's 31 tons by 0.4 on the avionics. And then we have, the high-pressure tank and the structure. And if we preview that whole thing, this thing takes 2 months to build, which is not bad at all. So we can tool that and launch this thing. All right, so that'll be our rocket for the 6 megameters. And let's see how that falls with our tech unlocks. Yeah, I mean, that is the issue, is all of this. You know, we don't have 56 to 57 orbital rocketry until July of 56. And this rocket flies in January of 56. So that's going to be... It's going to be snug as far as getting... and I'm not sure we have anything that we can do while we're just fast-forwarding through those, that materials science and orbital rocketry nodes. I could play with some designs and try to come up with something to get a little more science out of it, but I'm not sure it's worth it. All right, launch pad reconditioned. So if we warp to end of January, and roll out 5 more days, and skip to morning. Grab the contract. And yeah, we're sitting at, how are we doing here? 793 rep. Subsidy capped at 813. Okay, so I do really need to fly this. Yeah, and we're losing 120 a year now, so we really need to be launching multiple missions with some regularity. But as our, as our program funding goes up, this like auto hire researchers will keep getting faster and faster, which will help. All of this research will pull forward pretty significantly. So I wouldn't be surprised if we can be out of these early satellites. I mean, maybe not by October of 57. We might not beat Sputnik that much. But certainly before 58, And right now it's the end of January of 56. So if we look at this, this is like 56, 57, yeah, 58. And we want to be out by mid 59, I think, at the latest, right? We've kind of got this bump where these piecewise curves meet. And like, I feel like we don't want to be going much past that. Ideally, we want to be keeping near our peak, right? And then last time we took early commercial, and I wonder if instead I want to take early lunar alongside early Earth or observation. But we'll think about that as we get closer to deciding on our next program. All right, I think this thing's ready to launch. I grabbed the contract, right? Yes, let's fly a rocket. I do wish that I had something to do while I'm fast forwarding through some of this tech, but hopefully aiming to do the 7.5 megameter and then first orbit, even though they're basically the same rocket. You know, that pushes our reputation up and is going to help us keep getting the subsidy. And that's, you know, our current yearly subsidy is $160,000, and I think what we're getting from the program is like $140,000 a year. So this is half of our income right now. So keeping the subsidy up is really, really, really important. I really did not fully appreciate how important subsidy was in current versions of RP-1 when we played through the first time. Uh-oh. Oh, it's trying so hard to stop itself from tumbling. This is not gonna work. There's no way this works. I'm curious why it seemed like it... It seemed like the bottom stage was pushing forward still, even though it should only terminate when thrust goes to 0. This is going to run out very shortly, and then I think the program will just hang. Because once it loses helium, it won't be able to orient itself. Well, I guess now I know what we're doing. In the next few months, while we wait for the next tech, is we're flying another one of these. I mean, this is fine. I did want to try to fly more Juno-style rockets this time. So that's getting the data from the engine failure is useful. I also want to double check something. I had meant to do something with my antennas, and I'm not sure if I did. Yeah, there's no antenna in the upper stage, and there is one in the bottom stage, right? Yes. Although maybe it should be bigger. US, Cape Canaveral, distance max, I don't know, 500 kilometers? Yeah, no signal. Basically, I want this procedural avionics with this mass spectrometry on it to be running as this drifts through the upper atmosphere, and to get more of that mass spectrometry data from flying high in the atmosphere. And this stage, because it is the lower stage, is gonna do that for me. Kind of once the second stage is launched, this will be considered a probe, right? And it'll do the right thing. This stage doesn't need an antenna. It's not sending me any science back. It just has to run the KOS program for its solids, which is why it has a whole 3 kilojoules, because there's no antenna, there's no science, there's nothing it needs to power. So it can have a very light battery. That was part of the design of these things, and getting them to the point where they can fly the way they fly, is we're actually doing the science in the booster. Okay, I gotta launch another one of these because it failed. I'm gonna open the Jupiter H as well, and I want to do the same tweak that I did here, which is pushing up this transmit power. Even though we're not ready to fly this one yet, I just don't want to forget that I did that. Because that way it can actually send the science back. Otherwise, it's going to be doing the science, but that's never recovered, so it'll just... Alright, so yeah, reconditioned launch pad. We'll finish materials science in March, and then we will launch the second attempt at this rocket shortly after that. Cool. Alright, materials science is done. I don't think... What do we get? Do we get anything interesting from that other than... Well, we unlock balloon and isogrid tanks, right? We get these another modular tanks. Balloon and isogrid. A bunch of Katniss parts. The landing tanks, I think. Yeah, service module form. A new decoupler. Oh, the bi and tri couplers, in case we want to get real Kerbal. Oh, and the engineer efficiency upgrade, which is awesome. Increases minimum efficiency for launch complexes by 20 and maximum by 30. Which, do we have to purchase that? But that should help us build rockets faster, which is always good. The satellite era electronics research will give us a similar thing, but for researchers, which is also good. All right, 2 days fast forward. And then, yeah, this is only a 4-day rollout. I think it was a 5-day rollout before, and that's because of that engineer boost in our launch complex. Yeah, efficiency 40 to 85%, currently 40%. All right, fast forwarding to the rollout. We still have the contract. Our subsidy is really starting to suffer. So let's hope this one succeeds. How are we doing on engine? Yeah, we're at like 6,000 DU for these redstone engines at this point, which is great. I'm actually kind of surprised that we had that failure. All right, since we saw this go by already, we can fast forward at least through the slowest part of the launch. There we go. All right, yep. It decided it was stable pretty quickly. That's always good. And it'll spin itself up, I believe, for 20 seconds is what the script says. And then once it is done with that spin up, there we go. And then if we look in here, we should actually see the Jupiter probe is, yeah, there we go, running, sending data back from Earth flying high on the mass spectrometry. That's exactly what I wanted to see. And that's going to do that until it crashes and burns. And then this thing is in a very messy, chaotic, not yet in orbit. Oh, there we go. Jupiter probe burned up. We did get a little bit of science from it, though. Look at that. We're at 13.1. We were at 12 point something before. So that's working to try to get a little bit more of that science. And since that has crashed and burned, we can accelerate our time warp. Why did my downrange stop showing downrange? Okay, it worked. We hit our 6 megameters. Cool. That was successful. Let's just fast forward until this thing burns up. And back to the Space Center. All right, so we've got, coming up, 56 to 57 orbital rocketry in July of 56. It's currently March. I don't think there's anything we can do to in the meantime, because we can't hit this. We cannot hit this 7.5 megameters with the current rocket. It's just not going to happen. So what I will do, though, is I will grab the Jupiter H and I will upgrade the launch complex for it. We can do that now. Modify. All right. And then this is also going to need tooling. And yeah, all this needs for tooling is the stretched tank. Which, I mean, it only saves us a little bit of money, but integration time, well, we can't see it now because there's no launch complex, but we'll do the tooling for it so that we are ready to go when this thing is researched. So we can go ahead and I think just fast forward through that research now to 56 to 57 orbital rocketry. We had the time probably for one more failure in there, but we got lucky. So skip ahead. All right, LC2 is rebuilt. That's fine. And there's the orbital rocketry. All right. How's our subsidy doing? Our subsidy is capped at 898, and we're currently at 810. But we've got 2 rockets to fly now that are gonna get us there real quick. So we can launch the Jupiter H, bigger engine, and then we will also want to grab this Juno I. This is, let me double check this again. That's correct, I believe, the 31. Yeah, let's double check RP-1 here. Yeah, all we have is the S1 avionics up here to do. Perfect. Oh, and I want to make sure this is set to the right. No, I didn't redo the antenna on this one. Okay, I'm glad I double checked. So I want this to have its antenna down here. This one, I guess, does need to have a little bit of a antenna up top, just because don't need this mass spectrometer. I think we finished mass spectrometry in space. Let me double check that. Mass spectrometry, Earth, space low. Oh no, it's not done yet. Okay, so yeah, we can turn that on as well. Mass spectrometer. And yeah, waiting. Good. So this one, yeah, also needs some battery, and it needs this. It'll run the mass spectrometer for as long as it can, which this says is just about 2 hours, which is long enough to finish, actually, the space low mass spectrometry science. Beautiful. Okay. So let's tool this one. Oh, and we can't quite launch this one. I didn't save enough money for both vehicles. Oops. So we just need to fast forward a little bit till we've got that a little over 1,600 funds to queue up the second one. $1,500, 1,600. That's enough. And this will be first orbit when it flies. Okay. So as far as the scripts go, the Jupiter, we want to switch to the 7.5 megameter with A6H, which pitches over a little bit less initially because it's a longer burn time and blah, blah, blah. And then the orbiter, I don't think I have to do anything. This is, like I said, it's a very similar script. It just does some slight differences with the upper stage, so that it's later on in the flight profile to actually get into an orbit. So, I think we can just fast forward to the Jupiter H being done. Roll out. And then, yeah, it looks like we're going to fly Juno I, 1956, 10/22. Not quite a full year before Sputnik, but pretty close. Alright, and because this is the uprated A6H engine, we're flying with much fewer DU, so there's a non-zero chance of a failure here. The MTBF is almost 30 minutes. It's a 3-minute burn. No, yeah, it's almost a 3-minute burn. It's a 2.5-minute burn. So, is that like a 10% chance of failure? I don't actually know how to analyze that, but I guess we would expect 1 out of every 10 of these to fail. Yeah, because they would fail about every 3 minutes. Closer to like every, I don't know. I could do that math more precisely. 28.5 times 60 divided by 155. 1 out of every 11 of these to fail. So, yeah, non-zero chance that this does not achieve what we want it to achieve. Speaking of, there we go. Did not achieve what we wanted it to achieve. Do we have... No, we... Oh, right, this doesn't have an antenna. Once we lose the first stage, there's nothing we can do about it. So let's, oh, that's awful. It's tumbling like that. I'm closer. Is it better or worse? No, that camera shake is still awful. I just do Space Center. Game cannot be saved. We'll set you back. No, that's not what I want. I wanted it to abort. Just blow up the ship for me. Otherwise, we have to wait for this to tumble a good 6,000 meters or something. I'm just gonna look at the blue sky so it's not as bad when we're tumbling. Alright, well, in service of 1, wanting the orbital launch to actually be successful, 2, we have time to kill before we get early avionics and probes, and 3, I want that sweet, sweet extra reputation. I'm gonna throw another one of those in the queue ahead of Juno I, as soon as we have the money for it. Or I could be losing money every day. That's bad. How did that happen? All right, well, I'm going to kill this hire researchers. It must have Oh, because the subsidy's getting lower. We were probably right at the cusp of too many researchers. And now our subsidy's fallen too low and it's screwed up. Yeah, our balance is minus 18 a day. Hate to do this, because this is money that we already spent. It hurts. Okay. But that should at least get us positive for... Yeah, there we go. The number is going up. Cool. Warp to fund target. What did I need? We'll say 1,700. Take 18 days. We'll finish on 22nd of September. Yeah, warp. Okay. So I do still want to fly another one of these, the Jupiter H, before we fly Juno I. And I'll just swap the order in the integration. That's fine. Because again, especially because we're losing time here, getting two flights to get that extra reputation is going to matter a lot. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to fly. It's now 8th of November of 56. It's going to be the 12th by the time we launch. An evening launch. We still have the contract. We do. Let's try this again. And, you know, rockets being not super reliable at this stage of the space program is normal. In real life, they were not super reliable. But yeah, we're up to a 46-minute MTBF now, which is going to be 1 in every 17 or 18 flights fails. So this only has, whatever that is, 5-6% chance of failure, compared to the 10% of the last one. So, significantly better. But absolutely could still screw me over. Alright, seems like we're doing okay for now. Alright, separation. It'll stabilize. And then once it thinks it's stable, there we go. It'll start its spin up. This should be running, yeah, mass spectrometry right now. And that'll keep running as this stage drifts up into space and back down, right? That's the whole reason for it. All right, and if we check the map now, we should be, yeah, significantly further along. Because this was kind of an evening launch, we're gonna be drifting into the night side of the Earth when we come in, so I apologize that that footage is not going to be great, although This is cool. Our rocket above the Terminator. All right, let's get ourselves 3 megameters, 4 megameters, 5 megameters, 6 megameters, 7 megameters, 8 megameters. All right, we're in. We're done. We got it. Contract complete. Which gets us up to 840 of the 971 rep cap. So we definitely want to keep pushing on our next launches. First orbit is going to be an easy one, at least. I'm curious if, because our first orbit payload is nice and light, it's not set up as a solar satellite or a scientific or anything else, what are the chances that this can actually hit polar? I want to sim that before we get up to the first orbit launch. We can't do first polar as our first launch. Or, I mean, we could launch it polar, but we can't get the contract credit. But if I launch this into a north azimuth, I'm curious if it has the DV. 9300 is pretty light. We might need 1958 solids to upgrade the upper stage to hit polar, which is fine. But I just want to see what we're capable of with this particular vehicle, how close we can get. Because if we can hit this, or maybe if we can hit it with, you know, just the avionics bump as a slightly lighter payload or something like that, then that's just, the sooner we can fly that contract, the sooner we get the reputation for it, etc., right? So... this absolutely might not make it, and we might need, again, to use a lighter weight rocket, something that has some other tech available. But hello? Oh, right. It doesn't separate until until it's near AP now. Right, because we're in the orbiter script. And it separates at AP 30 seconds to apoapsis is when it'll separate. And this should currently be running, yeah, mass spectrometry. "45 seconds. Let's start slowing down the time warp. 5 seconds. There we go. Now it'll realign itself. As soon as it thinks it's stable, it'll start its spin up. I think it'll wait until T-minus 10. Yeah. Oh, I don't have this set to do a spin up. It just stabilizes itself and then assumes that it's stable enough. Which is one way to do it, I guess. Alright, and the answer is no. This does not have enough DV for a polar orbit. We're short by, I mean, just a few kilometers, but... Okay. So this is either going to need the lighter... The lighter avionics might be enough. You know, if I switch this to early avionics, yeah, we're already over 10,000. And once I put this down to like 10,400, I am quite certain that this can hit a polar orbit. Okay, so that's what we will do. Oh, I guess I could have turned off the antenna and some other stuff for polar orbit, because I don't care about the... Maybe we can make this work with just this tech. It'll be tight, but I might be able to fly it sooner. At any rate, Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock, so I'm going to let Twitch have its 3 minutes of everybody's attention. And when I come back from the break, I'll tweak this a little bit. We'll do a couple other attempts at polar, and then whatever we need to do to actually make that work is fine. But then we'll want to fly our actual couple of orbital rockets. Yep. So I'll see everybody in 3 minutes. Okay. Welcome back. Thanks for sitting around through the ad. Let's do this. Let's turn off this antenna. Let's turn off these experiments. Yeah, and let's get this down to like the 3 EC of just the... I mean, honestly, this could be whatever. Doesn't need to... Yeah, 3 should be fine. 3, I think, is enough to run the upper stage for like the 30 seconds that it needs. Yeah. To fire the engines, because that's all the power it needs. And that gets us up to 95. Okay. Let's, sim this, then. Again. Here, I want to name this something. So I have it. So if I compare that, that's fine. Simulate. Let's see if this can hit that polar orbit now with those, like, 300 meters a second of extra delta V. I don't think it's quite enough still. I think we're going to need to wait until we have the lighter avionics. But if we can do it, we can do it. Because again, the sooner we can do it, the sooner we can, you know, push up our subsidy and things like that. So, like, it is meaningful to do it sooner. But... Alright, and again, we're not expecting this to separate until it drifts up to near until it's near to its apoapsis. 1 minute. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go. All right, so that'll get itself aligned. And then at 10 seconds until AP, it will... There we go. Yeah, see, in this one, it's taken a little longer to align itself because it's drifting a little more. It's a lighter payload, whatever. But that's fine. That is not quite in orbit. 122. Alright, yeah, that won't count for first polar. Alright, yeah, we can't quite do it at this tech level. But as soon as we have the lighter avionics, we'll be able to do it. So we'll, if we look at our to-do list... We're going to move first polar down to here. Possibly we can actually launch first solar into a polar orbit. That's worth experimenting with. So we're currently... We can clear this. We're here. We're working on 7.5 megameter and first orbit. Or I guess we just did 7.5 megameter, so coming up next is first orbit? Yes. Yeah, and then we're going to get satellite-era electronics research, which doesn't do a lot for us until we get the early avionics and probes. At which point we can launch our first solar satellite. Let's actually get that designed, since we're gonna have it. We've got this Juno I that I was working on. So if we switch this over to early avionics, and yeah, so just like the 5 units of battery here is enough for 5 hours. So, I mean, we could honestly do like 1 hour of battery. Yep. And then it needs solar panels. Like that. And that should be plenty of power. Yeah, perpetual. Yeah, produced 8 watts, consumed 250 milliwatts. Yeah. Alright, so this won't achieve first scientific, but I'm looking at those delta V numbers, and I think we can do first solar and first polar with the same vehicle, assuming solar and polar don't have weird... Let's double check the requirements of the contracts. First... early satellites light... First polar orbit purely needs, okay, just needs that high inclination, nothing else. First solar powered, okay, it needs a PE above 300, which might be tight for first polar as well. Just thinking about... Oh, and resource electric charge at least 100 units. Okay. Which means I might need to put the bigger battery on it, which is definitely going to push us away from actually being able to achieve. I mean, unless 100 units is 100 joules, in which case we're fine with 1 kilojoule. Consumed 250 milliwatts, produced 8 watts. Okay, so these solar panels are way bigger than they need to be by like a significant amount, which means that I can also get this. What is up with the... Alright. And that gets us up to, over 10,000. And this should be fine. We might need to tweak our initial pitch to aim for a slightly higher orbit, because we do need that 300 kilometer minimum PE. And I just switched that over to 5 in the script just to test it. So yeah, let's sim this and see what we can achieve with a slightly... I mean, with 10,000 meters a second, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to do this. so let's see if this is, I mean, we'll also see where we end up with that 5-degree pitch over as far as our AP here. Because I think it comes out around like 250 currently with the 7-degree pitch over. So we want to start a little less aggressively. 200, there's the 250. Yeah, over 400. Okay. So even 6 degrees might be sufficient. Because that's energy that could have been spent going horizontal. $350 by 900. That, I think, will work for the first solar satellite. And where's our orbit information? Add inclination. 84.5. I think that's actually too low. Okay. So we might need to pull in some of the code we wrote previously for our orbital. I mean, if I set that to just like a 355-degree target azimuth, we'll probably achieve what we want without having to do the actual math. But yeah, like this 345 by 896 is totally acceptable for first solar, I'm pretty sure. Or for first, yeah, for first solar. And it will also work for first polar, which means if we can claim both of those contracts simultaneously, that is fantastic. Although the other thing we could do is fly first polar once we have more of the science available, because we are going to want to fly like the first video camera in a polar orbit so that it gets, you know, the science from all the biomes and things like that. There we go. Yeah, with some slight tweaks, we're at a 350 by 830 at 88.8 degrees. This will absolutely succeed for first polar and first solar. Love it, love it, love it. So looking at the code, what did we change and what do we need to comment out? These two. All right. So this is for the first polar and first solar launches, and this is going to be for the first orbit and for the first scientific. And if we look at our to-do list, we're kind of intermingling them, right? We're going to do first orbit now, and then once we get satellite era, we'll do first polar and first solar simultaneously. And once we get satellite era science, we'll do first scientific satellite. That is all fine. And if I look at here in electrical, I should see that, yeah, these are experimental parts. So this is the Juno I. Well, it says P for polar. I'll keep it P for polar. It should be S for solar, but that's okay. And then the other thing that we need to fly, that we can probably fly around the same time, first polar orbit for solar powered. There's this first sun synchronous orbit, which is this slightly retrograde, fairly circular thing that we might want to work on trying to be able to do with our solids. But it might be very, very difficult to do this with solids, and we might need to build a liquid upper stage. Then the atmospheric analysis satellite, I think we can fly... I don't know, we want to fly it at an inclination, because I think this is the one that we will use the opportunity to add in some of the additional satellite era science, right? Whatever we can fit on the first scientific, we want to fly on the first scientific, so that's going to be the Geiger-Müller counter, the micrometeorite detector, but some of these are heavy. You know, this is 0.0005 tons, so that's 500 grams. This is 15 kilograms. This is 2.2 kilograms. This is 5 kilograms, right? So, like, all of this adds up for the first scientific satellite, and this is the one that matters, because this is the one that we have to get, like, 30 days of science from. Anything else that we can fit without using too much power and without blowing our mass and power budgets, we will fit on, obviously. But then I will use that atmospheric analysis satellite, because to meet the contract, it only needs like 2 minutes to load up, you know, whatever else we can grab science-wise, because it doesn't have to be in the highly elliptical orbit, and it only has a very small, like, contract alive time. And at that point, we may also just do some of our own extra launches to get as much of this science as we can. This one, the basic film camera, we really want to be flying with... That was the wrong thing to click on. The basic film camera, we really want to be flying with the early Earth observation satellites. Is this the one? Somewhere in here, there's like the reach. You know, return from a... First navigation, first Molnia, first weather. That's lunar. And space stations. I mean, we have this dedicated Earth imaging satellite. Yeah, completed first orbit recovery. So there is a first orbit recovery contract somewhere. I just don't know where it is. And we're going to have to, we're gonna have to do that at some point. And we'll be doing that with, these early film cameras, right? Either this one, or depending on how far ahead we are, this one. Anyway, so yeah, that'll be probably what we want to try to do for first return, although we also could do our first return with this guy, the Advanced Biological Capsule. That would be totally valid as well. It's probably a slightly lighter payload than the bigger cameras. A little bit. But yeah, if you look at this experiment, the runtime is like 2 hours for space low biomes, so it needs a pretty big, pretty hefty rocket, and the sample return capsule can only hold so many samples, etc., etc. So that's a lot of film. Yeah. Well, it's doing stills, I think, at intervals during the 2 hours. It's not actually a video film camera. But either way. Okay, so up next is the first orbit. I couldn't... Well, I probably could if I wanted to screw around with it more, but we're not going to make first polar work at our current tech level. We'll wait until we have... early avionics and probes, and we'll do first polar and first solar at the same time. Oh, I should probably go back to auto-hiring researchers. Keep 3,000 funds in reserve. That way our tech will just keep getting a little bit faster over time. But it looks like we're going to launch our first orbital satellite mid-December of 1956, assuming that it doesn't fail, which is always a possibility. Right, we did succeed in this 7.5. Yeah. Available, first artificial satellite. Done. Let's get it launched. Roll out. All right, satellite era electronics research. Done. And this has a researcher efficiency upgrade. I don't know if I actually need to buy those or not, but I'm going to make sure that I do, because I just don't trust things in this game to happen automatically. This gives us the solar panel tech. It doesn't yet give us... We need this early avionics and probes to actually fly our solar satellite, because we need the lower power. But we will be able to do that shortly. I think we can finish the rollout for first orbit then. Why did I do that? I accidentally rolled it back. I clicked on the wrong button. That's what I did. Well, we lost 3 days. We'll skip to morning. We want to make sure we don't miss that early. Fast forward a little further. All right. So this is going to give us... Did I already grab the contract? I did. So this actually has... I believe I put enough battery on it for it to achieve the necessary the whole 2 hours to finish getting the space science from the sorry, whatever experiment is on here that we've been running. Mass spectrometer. So apparently I didn't start it. Oh no, that one's running. Oh. Oh well. Yeah, because this one has the mass spectrometer on the upper stage, so it might not... It's not going to run the one on the lower stage, which is what I would prefer, but... That's okay. We won't be putting the mass spectrometer on our satellites anymore, because we'll have it done. So I'll be able to still have the boosters do the flying high mass spectrometry science on future launches, even if it doesn't actually do it on this one. How's the engine doing? Mean time between failures is almost up to an hour. Which is great. All right, our AP is 240, and our minimum PE for this contract is 150. So I think we're going to have no problem achieving the necessary orbit with this thing. Alright, and as before, with all of our test flights, it'll align itself to prograde, and then, wait until... "10 seconds. There we go. All right, 210 by 767. That is... Ooh, new speed record as well. Take that. That is just fine for this thing. We're running mass spectrometry. It'll take an hour, and we have just about 2 hours of battery. So we're going to get the rest of this mass spectrometry science done, which is great as well. All right, contract complete. We've been stable for 2 minutes, as required by the contract. There we go. Current subsidy, 192,000 out of a maximum of 198,000. So it would be nice to have a few more launches coming up, but we really, I don't think, can hit solar or polar without better. Without better tech, unfortunately. All right, so we pretty much just need to, oh, we lost signal. But I think we just have to fly this around for like a little over an hour and then let it get a signal and it'll download all the data. 50 minutes. Yeah. Oop. 11 minutes left. All right, that should be all of it. We just need to get ourselves somewhere where we have signal and let the data transmission finish. There we go. That is mass spectrometry science done. That is the first orbit contract done, which is great. So I think we're done here. And then we have our 50 applicants. Where are my 50 applicants? Oh, did they get auto-hired immediately by the researcher auto-hire? Cool. I'll take that. That's what I was going to do with them anyway. All right, so looking at first polar and first solar next. First solar needs to be stable for 14 days at 300 kilometer PE. First polar just needs this inclination. And I don't think either of them have conflicts, so I can take them both. Oh, I could even take first scientific. I could do all three at once. But we'll do first polar and first solar after early avionics and probes here. And then when we get satellite era science, we'll fly the next one a few months later. I think that is fine to do. So let's double check that our polar one, and if I open it... can achieve these goals. So I'm going to switch the script back over to the polar solar config, which just gives us a slightly different orbit. And then I'm going to run this in the sim, and I'm going to make sure that we achieve these goals. As far as science goes, there's nothing here to run. What does this do if I put 100 on there? Maybe we do need... I don't know if we need one, because that's 1 joule. Is 100 units of electric charge a joule or a kilojoule? I don't know. We'll find out very shortly when we do the sim, though, if one is insufficient. But yeah, for the polar orbit, that's easy to do, and then solar PE above 300,000 for 14 days. There's no science that's worth doing on this, unfortunately. So this is running the, like, no antenna, no nothing variant of the upper stage. Yeah, let's sim this thing. And then let's check real quick if the, all right. I think we're actually going to have to fly it, unfortunately, before we find out. Because obviously the thing has 300 kilojoules or whatever in this thing, right? So that's not very useful to us, since it's not telling me what I need to know. All right, then... Upper stage, as always, realign itself. All right, we hit the requirements for both orbits. I've got to skip forward 14 days, so this is going to be some atrocious flashing on the screen for just a minute, and I'm really sorry about that. Okay, no, this does not count as having 100 units. It needs 100 kilojoules, not 100 joules. I guess? Because it doesn't think it has 100 units of electric charge. Okay. Which is just way more battery than this thing needs because it's not doing any science up there. But whatever. As long as it'll hit the orbit, it doesn't matter. Alright, let's resim this with the slightly heavier battery. Oh, I probably need to make that a little bit more than 100. Well, it'll charge itself to full. As long as we stop and check it on the sunny side of the Earth, it'll charge itself to full pretty quickly, because the solar power balance on this thing is significantly high. All right, a slightly lower orbit this time because we're a little heavier, but it still meets the requirements of the contract, so that's all that matters. And then I'm going to have to fast forward 2 weeks again to double check the contract completions, so once again, I apologize for the horrible flashing that's about to happen. All right, now we just need to fast forward to the sunny side of the Earth and let it recharge itself. $100 kilojoules. Why aren't we completing this? Maybe I need a slightly larger battery so it'll actually think that there's 100 kilojoules in there. So pretty, indeed. Yeah, let's put a bigger battery in, and let's do, like, I don't know, it shouldn't have to be, because usually they give a little epsilon in the contracts. If you check the actual requirements for a lot of the contracts that have these nice round numbers, it's like, 100 units, it actually checks for, like, greater than 99.9 or something like that. So I'm surprised we're having issues, but let's just do 10% extra. 5 meters a second less. All right, let's resim it. Let's make sure we can still hit the requirements, and we're gonna have to deal with flashing again when we get to that point of the orbit. All right, inclination between 85 and 95, check. C, we'll make sure we still hit our PE of 300. That's my concern. Every time we add a little extra mass to this thing. All right, 350 by 717. We hit the target. All right, and once again, I'm fast forwarding for 2 weeks, so this is gonna suck. All right, there we go. That counted that time. So yeah, it's just real picky about that 100 units of electric power. And that will get us to, well, they're not both going to fly. It's not going to fly immediately, but it'll keep us near peak subsidy, which is also what we want. Okay, so yeah, we're going to be able to fly solar and polar simultaneously in just a couple of I think we're just waiting for one tech to be able to do this, right? We need early avionics and probes. Yeah, so once we hit that tech in 2.5 months, closer to 3 months, we'll have, 87 days. We'll have those two done, and then Satellite Era Science will get us our next couple of launches, because we're going to fly... At that point, we'll fly first scientific, but we'll also, again, going back to what I was talking about before, We have this atmospheric analysis satellite that if we can hit this with some long-running like video camera or whatever science we can't fit into our first scientific satellite, basically, we will do in there. All right, warp to complete. Warp to early avionics and probes complete. And we check our tooling for this. Yeah, we just have to tool the upgraded avionics. Tool that. I guess we also could uprate the avionics here, couldn't we? We go to early avionics. Shave a little off. Sorry, I didn't actually see what we were at before. 10,193 versus 10,220. All right, it's a little less snug. How much does this cost to tool the upgraded avionics? 10,000. Oh, that's not bad at all. It's only a little bit of extra Delta V on this launch, but, you know, every little bit counts. Yeah, let's just do that. We'll upgrade the avionics on this. Why not? All right, that is added to our integration list. And we're going to fly that in, okay, by the end of May, and then Satellite Era Science unlocks, yeah, mid-May, and then mid-June the next Science is done. That's not too bad. We've got the contracts, I should be thinking about what our next tech unlocks are going to be. We're going to want EDL, because we are going to need to design a return capsule very soon. And that takes up a big chunk of our available... And I guess lunar range comms is important, because this gives us our first comms tech level upgrade and the tracking station upgrade. All right. Yeah, lunar range comms is 57 to 58. Yeah, 56 to 60. So we want to be getting through kind of all of this 58, 59, 60. All of these techs in the next couple of years. And that's a lot of science points that we're going to need to figure out how to get. So obviously this stuff, but we might also want to think about prioritizing lunar this time around. If we can try to do, you know, lunar flybys and things like that, rather than the early commercial applications, just to keep our tech up. This 58 rocket engines gives us an improvement to our baby sergeants for the clustered engines that we're using at the top of the redstone. And that should let us also fly bigger payloads on top of that. Which will be cool, right? If we can get, you know, magnetometer booms and whatever else on here. Because this is like a 30-day experiment with fairly heavy. Again, it's 15 kilograms, so... And then the early television camera will also be... This is one we should be able to do as part of the first atmospheric analysis satellite. I think we can get the early television camera on that pretty easily. And then, I don't know, we'll go from there. First scientific satellite, we should be able to get the Geiger-Miller counter and the micrometeorite detector with no problems. The magnetometer boom is probably pushing it, because it needs a bunch of EC and it needs other stuff. So we might need to do a special launch just for early magnetometer boom if we can't figure that one out. But yeah, those are our next couple of launches. I've got the contracts already, right? First polar and first solar. Yeah. All right, we're gonna fly this roll out. I think there's nothing to do but fly this thing. For real this time, because we already finished the sim. Oops, this is going to be a little bit late. I fast-forwarded for a little too long, but I think it's fine. I think it'll figure itself out. Whoa! Nope, okay, apparently me fast-forwarding too long broke it, because we didn't hit... Well, no, before I do that, let's make sure we didn't have a... engine failure. Hello? No, apparently I broke it, because I fast-forwarded too long. Oops. Because it didn't get itself aligned. I'm surprised that firing 10 seconds later like that, like, fully broke the thing. But apparently that was enough. So we'll fly it again. As always, my lack of scripting in the fast forwards is my downfall. And then Twitch says that it is almost ad break time. So what I will do is I will do the fast forwarding for the 2-week time skip that we have to do during the ads, so y'all don't have to see that for the 5th time. Did it again. I did it again. I was talking, and I tapped the fast forward key one too many times, and we skipped right through when we were supposed to let the stages separate. As I was saying, I will do the time skip for the 2 weeks for this satellite contract during the ad break, because I've made y'all watch that like 3 times, and it's horrible. It gives me a headache just watching it, so... Alright, first stage burnout. We're in space. We'll just do 10x. I'm not going to try to do 100x to skip these couple minutes. I'm just going to vamp over them. Because we need to go back to 1x right around 33 seconds. And I've been just skipping a little too far. There we go, 37, 36. It's totally possible, because I didn't actually sim this with the slightly lighter avionics package here, that, you know, I broke something. That is entirely possible. But... seems unlikely. It's not a major change to the overall mass of the thing. I think this is just very sensitive to its orbital insertion. Yeah, there we go. 350 by 750. 10 seconds makes a difference on this thing's insertion. Get it to that position. So we are good. Checking for stable orbit. I'm going to start the ad now, and I'll see you guys in 3 minutes with these contracts complete. All right, welcome back. Thanks for sticking around through the ad. We successfully fast-forwarded through first polar and first solar-powered. That gets us up to 996 with our subsidy capped at 1096. So we are still low on subsidy here. And we're going to need another program ultimately to, I think, push this up. It's just we can't fly enough launches with these early satellites to push the subsidy up. So we want to be completing this program as quickly as we can, I think. But our next satellite is going to be the first scientific, satellite era science in, I was going to say, just about 2 weeks of in-game time. And then we're going to see what we can do. We check available. We have this atmospheric analysis satellite. And we also have first scientific. First Scientific has this high apogee requirement, so it's going to be hard to fly this one heavily inclined, which is why I don't want to put the that's why I don't want to put the video camera on First Scientific, because we're going to fly this in a pretty flat orbit. And then the this atmospheric analysis satellite we can fly as inclined as we can get away with to hit these AP and PE requirements. And it'll have a, we'll put solar panels on it. We'll do everything we need to get it to last those 30 days, or, I mean, honestly, infinitely. And it'll retrieve all the camera science, kind of all the biome-specific science. I think the only experiment that I have in Satellite Era that's biome-specific is... yeah, I mean, obviously film camera, but this one needs to be returned, and we're not doing that yet. Yeah, it's just the television camera. So that's the only biome-specific one. So what we want to try to fly is the micrometeorite detector, the Geiger-Miller counter, and if we can get away with it, the magnetometer boom on our first scientific. If we can't get away with the magnetometer boom, we can always put that on a different satellite. And those take, if we look at the, sorry, I should have double-checked this when I was in here before. 90 days for the Geiger-Miller counter, and 30 days for the magnetometer boom. So 90 days is how long the thing ultimately needs to be able to run. But if it's got solar on it, and then, it'll last functionally forever, right? So let's skip to when we have that research, and we'll get that designed. I'm going to skip to morning because we're going to have to fly some test flights, of course. That typing was me switching the script back over to the 90-degree inclination version of everything here. So let's see. First things first, let's put on an antenna here. And if we go into antenna planning... Yeah, at a megameter, we still have 4 bits per second, so this should be able to talk to pretty much everything, which is good. And then the other thing that we need is if we turn on our experiments, we want the micrometeorite detector, the radiation detector. So on their own now, what are we at? 2.35 watts consumed, 4 watts produced. So we're going to need some bigger solar panels. And then what's our storage? If we turn off solar panel output, what's our duration? 13 hours. Okay. So let's make these solar panels a little bit bigger. And that gets us... Oh, turn them back on. Yeah. Solar panel output simulated. Okay, 6.36 watts. That's fine. That's enough to recharge the batteries. And without them, our battery is still 13 hours, and we can make the battery a lot smaller than that. So now the question is, if we turn on the magnetometer boom, what are we looking at? Still a duration of 13... Oh, I need to actually turn it on. Okay, yeah, there we go. Duration of 4 hours, and our consumption is up by a lot. Yeah, it's not enough now with the magnetometer running, and this is what I was afraid of. That's a very power-hungry gadget. So these panels are going to need to be bigger. Bigger. That's enough to charge the battery now, but not by a lot. That's better, but the question is, what's our delta V now? Yeah, see, this is... So I don't think the magnetometer is viable, is the is the takeaway, which I knew was likely to be the case, that the magnetometer was going to need to be flown on like a specialized launch with more power or uprated engines or something like that. So I think this was fine here. Yeah, 6.3 watts. And then if we turn off the simulated solar output, yeah, we have 13 hours, which means we can bring down the battery pretty significantly. 2 hours. Yeah, that'll be fine. It's not going to be in the shadow of the Earth for more than 2 hours. And it's got more than enough solar to charge itself. Cool. So this is the scientific satellite. I am going to call Explorer 1. And it should hopefully have the DV needed for 9657. We are going into a 90-degree orbit, uninclined orbit. So I think we're going to be okay here. Let's run the sim and let's see. Actually, before we run the sim, let's grab the contract. That way I'm watching the... First scientific satellite. Let's grab that. And then this first sun synchronous orbit satellite, inclination between 95 and 99 degrees, has to have a fairly low eccentricity, which is hard to do with solids. So we're gonna need to start flying something that gives us better control over our orbital insertion again. We obviously previously were flying a Thor Agena and Atlas Agena in the previous save. We do have the tech right now for an early think we do have the LR-79. See, LR-105. No, we don't. Did we get the LR-79 here? That's the Agena. We have it all the way back here. It's the LR-43. Oh, there it is. LR-79. I was looking for the dark engine bells of like the LR-105 and the LR-89. So this is, you know, Thor. We don't have Agena yet, but we can do Thor Able, which should be able to, I mean, it'll have basically the same capability. Well, different capabilities than the Thor Agena that we made, but it'll give us good orbital insertion control. The other thing we could do that we didn't build last time is Vanguard. I played around a little bit with this off camera. It is an orbital class rocket. It does what it says on the tin. And the Able stage makes a lot more sense with a Vanguard than with like a Thor. But like, Vanguard is kind of a dead end. I don't know if any of these even have an upgrade for that engine. I guess I can just check if it's upgradable. Yeah, no, there's one variant. It is what it is. And that's, you know, it's not a super expensive entry cost engine, you know, 12,000 versus 103,000 for the LR-79. But it's not gonna, you know, be transferring data to anything I think useful for us and things like that. So I don't know if building a Vanguard is worth it from just like a gameplay perspective. But yeah, once we get into 58 orbital rocketry, we get the LR-105 NA3 and LR-89 NA3. These are, I think the NA5 is basically the functional Thor, or not Thor, Atlas. I think what we have here, the early variant, is the, I might have to check it in the, yeah, the LR-43 NA5 is still experimental version. So it's not until we get to 58 orbital rocketry that we actually have an Atlas. And I think that is also true for the LR-79. Yeah, you want the S3D config. So we might want to grab orbital 58 orbital rocketry sooner than later, because that is the engines that we care about for a lot of our future launches. How much science is that? 10. All right, well, we probably have 10 science worth of stuff coming up. All right, I did grab first scientific satellite, so let's run that sim. Let's see how we're looking. And then I think we'll also want to design the first, you know, I should just grab the contract, because I think I can have both contracts, and there's not a reason not to. Sorry, bouncing back and forth between panels here. But I grab, yeah, this one, first atmospheric analysis satellite as well. we'll design this one, and that'll run the video camera, and we'll successfully complete that contract with no issues. All right, let's sim this thing. Did I switch the script over to target azimuth 90, target pitch 7? That should be good enough. 96.57 meters a second. We have exactly the same scientific instruments that were on the actual Explorer 1. So I think we're going to be fine here. Alright, so we're coming up. About 10 seconds to burnout. Alright, 260 kilometer AP. That should be fine for hitting our required periapsis. Alright, again, we're just going to move it 10x, not 100x, because I have reflown enough rockets today from fast-forwarding to aggressively. And there we go. There we go. 260 by 2,000 kilometer orbit that hits first scientific, no problem. And then this wants to check for a stable orbit for a day and transmit cosmic ray science. 7.7 plus 11, so this will do like 18 science over the course of 90 days. We do have to skip forward the 24 hours just to see if it... Let's hope Principia plays along. I think for this orbit, we're going to be fine. This is not such an eccentric orbit that we're going to have really crazy behaviors. All right, I'm going to go ahead and fast forward so we can get to the 24-hour end of orbit here. God, Chatterer is awful when you're in fast forward. Hi, Abaddon. Welcome in. Cool. Yeah, this hits first scientific. No problemo. It also could hit first atmospheric analysis if I wanted to put those sensors on this and run them, but I don't care. Cool. That is it for this sim. And then the other thing that we need is the atmospheric analysis satellite. which doesn't need to be quite as high up, which is why I'm hoping that I can get away with... what did you miss? I've just been working through the early satellites, so we've been flying variants of a Juno I here, knocking out first satellite. We did first polar, first solar. I just simmed first scientific, and I'm about to do the design work on the satellite itself for atmospheric analysis. And then I think, like, that's it for the required satellite contracts. The other one that's left that I haven't, that I should do, I should work on it early and I should figure it out, is this first sun-synchronous orbit that requires 0.04 eccentricity, which is not... I mean, let's compare that to what we were doing before. Is it under Earth observation? Yeah, 0.005 eccentricity versus 0.04. So it does have to be fairly circular. And this is going to be hard to hit. We're going to have to be playing with, if we want to hit this with our current rocket, and I kind of do want to hit this with the current rocket, you know, it's going to involve tweaking propellant amounts and things like that to dial in our delta V in solids.
Space.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Abaddon. Appreciate that. So yeah, I think I do want to try to hit this one because I want the extra reputation, of course. But I also think it's good practice before we move on to our next program to play a little more with controlling our ships with solids, because that's a thing that I didn't really do last time that I think is going to be more interesting to play with, and that I think should also help us keep the costs of our launches and our integration time down so we can do more launches more frequently. But for now, let's figure out this. We look at our experiments for the next launch. We'll try to do the magnetometer if we can. Like I said, I think there's two reasons why doing non-US stuff is kind of difficult. One, I don't know it as well. And two, because of how test flight works with, like, data unit transfers, like, switching over to a whole new branch of rocket engines from a gameplay perspective is, like, painful, right? Because if I switch over to, you know, the RD-108 here, I have 0 data on it, which means failure rates are a lot higher, etc. There's also just the issue that the USSR engines for this stage, the 1958 stage, you know, for Soyuz, the Soyuz rocket is huge, and there's actually 2 different in-game variants of the first satellite missions. Light and, oh, I can't even see heavy. I think it goes away when you take light. Yeah, I can't see it. But there's a whole separate variant of the early satellites contract that's designed for giving you the funds and the time to, like, build the giant launch pads you need for a Soyuz type launcher and things like that. And I did not take that variant of the contract. So just from like an RP-1 design, game design thing, it would be very, very difficult to try to fly a Russian-based rocket right now. I do want to do different rockets than I did the first time. Like, we're going to do rocket design. I was debating with myself earlier whether I want to try to do a Vanguard, which I skipped last time. And I definitely, as far as upper stages go, am probably going to try to do something more Able-like instead of a Juno-like this time around. So there will be rocket design and what else was I going to say? Program-wise, I'm probably going to try to push on lunar instead of satellites early, so we're going to be doing different mission design pretty much as soon as I'm done with this early satellites light program. I think I want to start going to lunar, and that's going to be completely different rocket and mission design than what we did last time. Sorry, that was a very long and rambly way to say no, but I wanted to like talk through the why at least. I'm not trying to just shut you down or anything like that. But yeah, I do want to get to some different rocket design as soon as possible, as soon as we're through with these next couple of missions. Okay, so this guy, where was I? Experiments. Magnetometer and early TV camera, and you are not Explorer 1. Call you 2. That's not actually what you are, but I'm gonna call you that for now. Yeah, these need very large solar panels to hit this. I might need the other solar panel tech before I can send up the magnetometer boom. Oh, that's too bad. How much science is the magnetometer boom worth? Only 6.6. Okay. So it's not a huge loss to wait and do that one later. That's fine then. We won't fly the magnetometer here. We'll just take the TV camera and we'll just take the thermometer and barometer that we need for the actual contract. Alright, we do still need slightly bigger solar panels. And with the solar panels off, how long is our 45 minutes? That should be fine. $7.95. 9.5. There we go. Right, if you start new, the data transfers don't matter. But the way they have the data transfers set up, like, you do get a little bit of data from, yeah, the various successor engines. So, you know, I think I probably did fly an A4 if I could find it. Which would have transferred to the RD-100 a little bit. Probably if I look at this, has a little bit of data. A little bit of data. Because I flew the very earliest V2 engine. But then if I start grabbing the, like, RD-107 and RD-108, like, it's effectively 0. Yeah. Which affects reliability, and kind of once you're in one of those engine families, the data transfers are... It's like, yeah, if I check the LR-79, yeah, 1700. And that's, I've never flown this, that's just what I get on the, this is the Thor engine, just from having flown earlier American engines, right? And that, you know, that has me 15, and by the time I fly a couple more of these Redstones, it'll probably be close to 2,000, right? So that's like 20% of the way to as good as it gets, just from having flown the predecessors. So unfortunately, the game really does kind of, and probably pretty similar on the LR-89. Yep, exactly the same on the LR-89. LR-105 will be a little different. Oh no, also the same. Okay. So yeah, the game really does kind of force you to stick with one family once you start investing in it. Okay. So experiment-wise, we've got the pressure and temperature scan, we've got the video imaging, we've got, excuse me, 9,257 meters a second of delta V, which is not enough for a full polar launch, that is for sure. Although... How far ahead is that? 71 days, okay. If I wait for 58 solids, we can upgrade the these booster engines, and that might push me to be able to do a full polar engine launch for this one. I mean, we're still in 1957, right? Yeah, that's 2 months out. So we're in like June of 57 right now. So we're still ahead of real time. And we definitely could potentially wait and fly this with the 58 solids boost. And if I switch to that configuration for all of these... Yeah. I'm not sure exactly how all the transfers work. Like, it depends on how closely related they are to each other. Because, like, I'm sure if I check the Vanguard, it's not going to have the same amount of data as... Yeah, the Vanguard comes up at 0, because it's a totally fresh engine, right? You know, the issue is just all of the US engines from this time period, the like mid to late 50s, are all basically from the same family. They're all being designed by, you know, the same couple of companies at the same time from the same, like, derivatives. So there's a lot of common knowledge transfer between them in-game. Looking at, like... I flew the Aero B a bunch, so it's gonna have... Yeah, 7,000 DU, and that should transfer a little bit to the AJ-10. Yeah, 1,000 DU. Whoops. But some of the other ones won't have as much transfer, right? And, like, obviously the spaceplane engines, I assume I have 0. Yeah. So, like, depends is the answer. Like, if you look at the code for the transfers between, like, engines of the same family or, like, engines that are somewhat related to each other, they all have, like, different DU transfer amounts, and it was all, you know, based off of historical developments in the rocket engine family tree. It's one of those things that I know for a while there were a lot of tweaks and adjustments to the data transfer from the RP-1 team, but yeah, family is a very broad term when it comes to rocket engines. Okay, so yeah, with these uprated to the new engine type, which I don't quite have, we've got 9,500 meters a second, and that is probably fine for, like, what's our requirement for this atmospheric analysis? PE above 260. All right. This isn't going to be good enough for us to hit, like, a proper polar orbit, but I'm curious if we can hit, like, a 45-degree inclined orbit here. That'll get us this contract requirement, but also make sure that we can hit as many biomes as possible with the video camera on this thing. The video camera is pretty power hungry, which is why these solar panels have to be bigger, and, you know, everything gets worse. But is enough power, and without it, it lasts 36 minutes. It's not ideal, but it should be enough to keep it powered. Closer to 45 minutes to an hour would be nicer, but it'll be over biomes that it's already scanned for a lot of its time, so it'll use a lot less power when the video camera's not running. Alright, let's sim this, and let's see where we're at, if this can hit the necessary orbit at this inclination. This is using the 1958 uprated solids on the upper stage, so we will have to wait for a tech node for this one to actually fly it. But that's okay, because we still have one more flight to fly before this one. This is already not going to work. All right, let's pitch up a little higher and try that again. That AP has to be at least 260, ideally a little bit higher than that, for us to hit our target periapsis in the final orbit. Let's try that again. Let's see if we do better this time. 400, 300, there we go. Yeah, 400 something. That's a little higher than it needs to be, but don't necessarily care that much as long as it can pull up the AP at the other side to over the whatever it is, 200 and something. Yeah, 680. Okay, so we need a 260 by 670. Whoops, I was fast forwarding and I messed it up. Alright, that is not even close to an orbit, even with the 58 tech. That is too bad. Okay. Let's try slightly less inclined orbit. This is a pretty heavy upper stage on this, so the performance of the upper stage matters a lot, right? I've got a lot of battery on this thing, I've got a lot of solar panel on this thing, and it might just not be viable to fly this right now. I might need a little more tech for improved batteries or better engines or really anything. I could also try being slightly less aggressive with our pitch, because we're over lofted pretty significantly compared to where we need to be. So I could maybe, I brought it up 2 degrees, and we could maybe just go down 1 more degree just to get it back into, you know, maybe the 300 something range. And that would help. All right, let's see what this does. This isn't going to hit every biome now. Like, it's going to miss the poles, and it's going to miss quite a bit. But is it not better to pitch in more than one stage? With more complex rockets, yes. With early rockets, because we can't throttle them or restart them, and because we care a lot about aerodynamic drag, remember we have a much, much thicker atmosphere than Earth. The sort of one long gravity turn ends up being more efficient. Later on, more complex pitch programs will make more sense, though. Yes. Alright, I don't think we're hitting the requirements for this mission with the video camera on here. That is the conclusion that I'm coming to, is we're going to have to do video imaging on a separate launch. another time. What that does mean, though, is I think with our initial Explorer 1... Let me change the script back to actually run the Explorer 1 program. I'm pretty sure this hit the requirements in its orbit for the atmospheric analysis satellite, so if we put the pressure and temperature scan on it, we will be able to finish both of those with just this single light. Not magnetometer, please. There we go. Thermometer. That's what we want. All right. I'm gonna rerun the sim on this one just because I want to make sure that we do hit the requirements for the atmospheric analysis satellite situation here. And then if this works for this whole thing, this will finish up both, basically the rest of the early satellite contracts with one launch. More like for the main rocket, pitch of X, and after you get out of the low atmosphere. Yeah, you can do more, and I did a little bit, I think with my Atlas program the first time I was doing stuff like that, but yes, you could definitely do more complex things, but it's hard with these bigger engines. This is not going to hit the 270 that I need, is it? Where am I? Maybe just barely when all is said and done. But yeah, some of that is just my laziness with wanting to write or not write more complex code for these early launchers because I'm not going to use them that many times. Some of that is I kind of just enjoy flying the types of flight profiles that they would have flown, which is, you know, a gravity turn and then an upper stage, right? This is pretty much exactly the same as an actual Juno I flight profile. But yeah, I think like if you use MechJeb and tell it that you can't restart your engines and stuff, it'll still end up doing some slightly more complex flight profiles than just a gravity turn. Alright, so this does... I need to loft this just a little bit higher to hit the 260 that I need for atmospheric analysis satellite. And will I be able to keep my AP above 1500 if we do that? Let's pitch up by half a degree. We're going to start our gravity turn half a degree pitched up compared to this previous launch. And we'll see if that's enough to get us into but what you find with these early rockets is, like, if we watch the, you know, not that the atmosphere thickness gauge is very accurate in RSS, but, like, by the time we get to where the atmosphere is thin, we're very nearly burned out on the first stage. So it's really hard to do a multi-phase pitch program where you kind of move away from your gravity turn. Just because you don't have a lot of time in the upper atmosphere to do corrections. Because, like, yeah, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 40. You really want to be above, like, 75 before you start to consider yourself, like, mostly out of the atmosphere, and we're pretty much burned out at this point. You know, we don't even hit 100 before we burn out. So that's part of the issue with trying to do adjusting your pitch in that way. But yes, going multi-phase and doing things in different ways, you can avoid some aerodynamic losses because you're not going as horizontal through the atmosphere, and you can avoid some gravity losses at the expense of steering losses and some other things. All right. Yeah, that half a degree, we're up at 287 instead of 253. And that should be, as long as we can still hit our minimum AP for scientific satellite, I think we're going to be all set for both of these contracts. So stable. I know, it's not even spun. 1.7! Good enough! All right. Yeah, so this one's the 24-hour stable orbit. That's fine. Run, pressure scan, and temperature scan. That'll be fine. You know, I could probably do this at like 6.4 degrees instead of 6.5 degrees and have a little less wiggle room on the PE and a little more wiggle room on the AP, but you know what? If this is going to achieve both of these contracts in one launch and we can move on to our next program, I am okay with that plan. Cool. Let's go back to vehicle assembly then, and this will be first scientific and first atmospheric analysis. And then we are out of the early satellite program. It looks like I go really hard really soon. It does go pretty hard pretty soon. And that's some of that's the starting pitch over. We start at like, 5 to 10 degrees for these early rockets to get them on that initial ballistic trajectory. The early, what do I want to say? You probably could do a much shallower gravity turn and then do more correction out of the atmosphere, but like, I mean, just for funsies, let's see what this does. Let's leave that and comment it out so I don't lose my number. We run this with like a pitch over of 2 degrees instead of 6 degrees. Just completely wipe the floor with our gravity turn profile. I think what we're gonna find with this, though, is that by the time we're out of the atmosphere enough to start pitching over, we're gonna be overlofted already. So, like, if we watch this going up to, yeah, 3 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30, 40, 50, 60. Yeah, so at like 75 kilometers where we could start pitching over, we're already at, well, here, 300. And by the time we hit 100 kilometers, which is like really getting out of the atmosphere, we're up over 400 already. And that's just the ridiculous thrust on these early engines. Because our payload fraction is so small, the thrust, the TWR on these engines goes up fast. And once you start getting to the end of their burn, they push your AP up much faster than you can, you know. If you tried to crank over this, the redstone hard, it would go into a spin pretty quickly, I think. And like, you only have that maybe 10 to 20 seconds of burn time when you're really in the upper atmosphere to do your pitch over. So it ends up looking a lot like the go straight up and then go right, which is inefficient. Anyway, I'm sure there's a middle ground, and I'm sure there's ways you could tweak it and do more complex programs, but just for these early rockets, it's a lot of finicky messing with things to try to get enough of a window to adjust, and it's easier to just do a single gravity turn, and that's, again, more historically accurate anyway. Okay. This should work. It's got what it needs for temperature and pressure scan, for the atmospheric analysis satellite. It's got everything. Do I need to tool? Yeah, so what it does right now is, instead of, like, you pitch over basically to minimize pressure. You want to minimize dynamic pressure, and it also helps to minimize drag if the rocket is pointed in the direction that it's flying. So what it does is it always flies prograde, and you let the gravity of the Earth pull you down, right? It's a proper gravity turn. And you can start going off of that turn as you get higher in the atmosphere. But you have to be pretty high before you want to start letting yourself point away, because what you'll find is the dynamic pressure, like if this thing's not pointed prograde, it is not a happy rocket. And again, with more modern engines and higher tech than this, where you have, you know, potentially lower TWR because you have a second stage doing more of the work, or when you have throttleable engines and things like that, then you have more time in the upper atmosphere where you can get away with being not pointed prograde through the air. But yes, in KSP, you can usually get away with like a progressive turn that's not a true gravity turn in vanilla KSP. But with the thicker atmosphere of the real Earth, and with the way these rocket engines and these rockets work with the smaller payload fractions and lack of throttling and all of those other things, it's much harder to fly that kind of profile. Especially when you're trying to program a computer to do it instead of flying it manually. Launch? Cool. I think... Yeah, the thicker atmosphere is the one that really makes your launch profiles, like the atmosphere of the Earth for the first few kilometers up defines your launch profile a lot, and then because you have a much faster orbital velocity, right, around the actual Earth compared to Kerbin, even though, like, yeah, the atmosphere starts to thin out after so many tens of kilometers, you're going so much faster that you still do have to worry about angle of attack and atmospheric pressure and things like that. Like the, you know, Falcon 9 drops its fairings, I think I saw at like 70 or 80 kilometers, somewhere around there. And like, I consider like when you drop the fairings to be right about when you can mostly stop worrying about the atmosphere, right? So, yeah, you have to be pretty high up, and again, on these early rockets, it's not worth trying to do those more complex maneuvers, because you just don't have the time to adjust your orbit once you're up there. The engines burn out too soon. With the Atlas, you can, and you can get away with, you know, pitching over more as you get into a higher, as you start to get out of the atmosphere with the Atlas. I think I usually flew my Atlases in the first attempt at this. I was flying them mostly underlofted, and then they would pitch themselves up and correct, but you could also fly them the other way around and pitch themselves down. All right, let's skip ahead to when this rocket is ready to go, and let's fly what should be the last mission of this early satellites program. Roll out. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock, so I'm going to let Twitch run its ad break, and when we come back, we will fly this thing. So I will see everybody in 3 minutes. Thanks for sticking around and supporting the channel. I do appreciate it. But I do recommend you ignore the ads and get some water and stretch your legs. Don't actually watch them. Ew. Ads are gross. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for sitting around through the ad break. I appreciate it. I do run just enough ads to keep pre-roll ads turned off, and I always take a break during the ad break. And that means that you, the audience, don't ever have to deal with pre-roll ads, and you don't ever have to miss anything when ads are running. And that is the best I can do to make ads as unobtrusive as possible. I know a 3-minute ad break is a big chunk of time, but it is kind of the best I can do to keep ads minimal and out of the way, is do them all at once. All right. So this is officially the actual launch for first scientific and atmospheric analysis satellites. We shouldn't have any issue. Well, I don't want to jinx it, but this engine is pretty well dated up at this point. 5,500 MTBF of over an hour, so we should be pretty close, pretty safe on this launch. And then once this is done, I'm going to have to decide what the next programs I want to take are and how I want to set up sort of my space program moving forward. Zoom out a little bit so the engine is quieter. So last time we took the 2 Earth satellite programs. There's like Earth observation satellites and there's early commercial satellites. My thought at the time with taking both of those was that staying in Earth orbit would make it easier for me to fly some easier missions, start developing more of the code that I needed to fly lunar missions, because trying to fly a lunar mission is going to be very painful. I still think that that's basically what I want to do. It's just a matter of figuring out the right time to take lunar and make sure that I am keeping ahead on. I think last time I found out that I needed sort of multiple years ahead of tech that I didn't really have. Trying to get the GPS satellite cluster into close enough to circular orbits, and that might still not fully be possible in Principia with orbital perturbation and things like that. We might very much just have to either skip doing commercial satellites or force complete them. You know, in the real world, they adjust their orbits, etc. Which we could potentially also do is have a program on the satellites that, you know, we can load them each up in sequence and they'll all kind of try to recircularize themselves. But it's definitely, it's going to be tough to hit those requirements. So we may not even want to do commercial applications. The other option would be, and I need to be watching this, sorry, I'm going to stop my thought for a second, and... Alright. The other option would be to just take Earth observation satellites and lunar, right? And we just push on doing things that get us science, obviously, and towards the goal of lunar probes. Oh no! That was an engine failure. Well, RIP this satellite. We're gonna have to fly one more of these. I don't think I've ever seen a solid fail in... Oh. Yeah, the ignition chance on these is 99%. That's too bad. Well, okay, we're gonna have to fly this one more time. This was supposed to be the last flight of this program, but I guess we get one more out. Yeah, that was unexpected. All right, let's queue up one more of those then. So yeah, before we launch that, just going back to what I was saying here. Early Earth observation we'll get when we complete program Satellites Light. Early commercial applications. Oh, hey! Upgrade tracking station to at least level 3. I don't think this requirement was in this program when I did this last time. I think this was added in one of the updates to RP-1, because I updated my mods when I reset. So I can't even take this right now, because I'm not anywhere near the tech level that I should be. Okay, I did take it too early before. That's good to know. Okay, so we can't take that one, which means we can't do any of this. So yeah, our programs to take are going to be early Earth observation satellites and early lunar probes. Cool. And we'll have, 4 years on both of those, although maybe I'll make early lunar probes slower and take our time getting to the moon. We are still pretty early. It's only August of 1957. I actually have another year on this program before it really hits peak funding. 193,000 year 3. And this one gives me less. So that's something to think about, is I really need to take this and early lunar probes at the same time. But if I take this normal, yeah, this basically just subsidizes whatever else I want to do for 6 years if I run it at the slower speed. And I would still have this program done by mid-1963. What was the first lunar impactor? Luna II, 1959. Okay. So I could definitely be thinking about doing first lunar flyby and first lunar impactor in the next couple of years, apparently, realistically. It probably means building another rocket, because I don't think I'm doing it with Redstone/Juno design. But probably like a Thor Able could do it without needing the 1958 rocketry node. So that would be something to think about. With Principia and the moon being at a realistic inclination, we also do have to think a lot about our transfer windows, when we're going to do burns, and then we need to build all of that, like, into our programs. And I think it's okay to, like, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to say, okay, we look at Lunar Transfer Planner, and it's like, yeah, we have an hour in blah, blah, blah. But, like, we need to think about, like, what's our launch day and time? When do we do our lunar transfer burn? And all of that we're going to have to do basically on... I mean, it'll be timestamps, right? We're going to have to run, like, the different phases of the mission and figure out when do we want to do this burn for this many seconds and all of those sorts of things, to make sure that we're firing the right maneuvers, right? So that's going to be exciting. But that will be stuff to think about after we finally successfully launch this Explorer rocket. So let's skip ahead again, and we will try to fly another one of these. It is October of 57. By the time we roll out, Sputnik was launched on October 4th, 1957. So we're going to be wrapping up the entire early satellites program on the, well, if this actually launches correctly, the 6th of October 57. So we're still ahead of the real world. And then we've got a couple of years for Lunar Impactor if we want to be kind of... time for planes. I am solidly team #NoPlanes. I do not enjoy building planes in RP-1. It's a combination of the atmospheric physics and some other things, but it's just not, it's not fun for me. So I generally don't. Can use cheese early if you just... No. So all of the science in on the surface of the Earth, and I think most of the science in low atmosphere in every biome is considered done. So you can't just pop around to the surrounding biomes around KSC and get early science points. There's zero science to be gained. You can see here it says Earth landed. It's all done. There's nothing to be gained. So unfortunately, all the cheesy ways to get early science do not work in RP-1. All right, we're going to try again. We're going to try to fly our Explorer. Last time we had a... I guess technically it's the third stage, solid engine failure. This time, hopefully we won't. Yeah, these are sitting at 5,000 DU now. 99.3% success rate. So... Alright, this will burn out in just a few more seconds. And we're in space. So yeah, it does look like the RP-1 changed, apparently, since the version that I was playing on my first attempt, and I should not have tried to take early commercial applications that soon. And that definitely changes how we're going to try to be doing our flights and our mission design in the next, well, for the rest of today and into the next couple recording sessions, because that does mean that we're going to have different, much different goals than we did before. And we're absolutely going to be pushing towards lunar sooner, which means a lot more science sooner as well. All right, and we are in a 292 kilometer by 1.6 megameter orbit, which should satisfy both of these orbital requirements. Yes. I'm going to force run the temperature and the temperature and pressure scans. I'm not sure how much of that it needs to transmit before I can stop those. And then the other one needs to check stable orbit for 24 hours. And the science that's on this, the both the cosmic ray science and the micrometeorite detection, both take 90 days in total. I'm not going to fast forward through all of that in orbit. I'll just let that run in the background because we have these pressure and temperature scans should complete soon. And that'll finish the atmospheric analysis satellite contract, I think. We'll need to float over a... Yeah. We're gonna need to float over a downlink node. Not that one. Not close enough, apparently. When we get over here, maybe, although our AP is pretty high, so probably not. Oh, we do have connection. Okay, we can stop these. We don't need to keep running the temperature pressure scans because atmospheric analysis satellite is done. Yay. And then the next thing we need to actually finish for scientific is, okay, we just need the 1 day's worth of stable orbit and cosmic ray science. So I'm going to go ahead and hit the fast forward button, and this is going to be an awful flickery mess again, but unfortunately... Oh god, stop. Where's Chatterer? Chatterer, where are you? Mute. Alright, now we could fast forward through the next 24 hours or so. Whee! 122, 24. All right, that's 1 day. And first scientific satellite also complete. Gives us another leader, and we've completed the program. Cool. We're sitting at 1076 reputation out of close to 1200, so it would be nice if it was higher, but I'll take it. Cool. I don't think we need to stick around in this scene anymore. I think I can go to the Space Center. Are the nodes fixed? By the nodes, do you mean the locations of all the comm places on the surface? Yes. If you want to expand your comms capability, you need to make relay satellites. And you can put your home base in different places. Yes. I think if you go to tracking station, when you first set up RP-1, there's a little screen that pops up that tells you, like, these are all the things you need to do to set it up. But I think if you just hit the, is this it? Yeah. You can choose your launch facility. You can kind of pick wherever you want. Cape Canaveral is the traditional one. But there is, you know, a few other US launch complexes. Somewhere in here is... where is it? There's Chinese ones, there's the Japanese ones, there's Baikonur. I knew it was somewhere. So yeah, pretty much all the major launch sites have ended up in here at this point, and you could see all the options to choose which ones you want to launch from. Make sure I'm still on Cape Canaveral. Cannot set launch site to active site. Cool. All right. So we can complete this program now, but we still have, like, this big ramp up in funds over the next year, and... why can't I take... oh, I have to complete the program before I can take... okay. I was like, why can I take probes, but not this? Because probes doesn't care about the program, it cares about the contract. Anyway, I have a little bit of time left on this, and I'm wondering, instead of grabbing these next 2 contracts at slow, or normal, which I can do, is grab them both at normal. But there is an optional contract in this first Sun synchronous orbit. Yeah, you have to build new launch facilities, which, like, early on aren't super expensive, but they're not super cheap either. If I check my funding, like, how much am I paying? You know, yeah, 16,000 a year on my launch facilities. Which compared to, you know, research and other things isn't huge, but maintaining 2 launch facilities gets very expensive. Plus there's one-time costs to build them and things like that. All right, so I think I do want to try to get this done, this first Sun synchronous orbit satellite. I don't love doing an early Thor, which I think is, well, I can't even do a proper Thor even. I think I've just got the, no, let's see what we've got. Let's see what engines we've got and what configurations. Because I think we're going to need a liquid upper stage to hit our... let's not even do that. Let's do this one. And then the GCRC on top of that. So this is a reasonable... Well, GCRC might not be reasonable if we want to hit a actual target orbit. Where's Isogrid tanks? And then... Okay, I do have the LR-79. AJ-10, here we go. So this early AJ-10 that I have is just the AJ-1037. Yeah, this is the Vanguard / early Able variant. And burn time of 115 seconds. Yeah, we can go up to 120 actually, can't we? Yeah, 122, that's fine. This thing, Science Core, Early Avionics, minimum EC. There we go. Okay, so this already has 4,000 meters a second of delta V just on itself. Did I save? I probably didn't. No, I have a redstone, but this is the old redstone. Open. Don't save. Where's Explorer 1? Merge. So if we did something stupid, and this never flew in the real world, but we wanted to fly this. Not even close. Okay. The answer is not even close. We need like 10 kilometers a second of delta V for the sun synchronous orbit, I think. So, with that in mind, if I wanted to make this an actual Able, I think it's... What is the Able diameter? Able rocket diameter, thank you. 0.81 meters. So I'll just make it a nice even 0.8. Wait, isn't that what I made this decoupler? 0.8? Oh, it's almost like I was thinking ahead. Let's get this burn time back up to where it should be. Alright. So yeah, we're at like 9,000 out of the 10,000 something that we need. This would barely hit orbit, and certainly not going to hit sun synchronous orbit. There's also issues with, like, well, this whole upper stage section isn't really what we want. We want to put control on the Able stage and have it be able to handle itself. So this gets me now looking at do the isogrid tanks, do these at, let's see, 2.4. Oh, and I need to put a cone in there, of course. But if we were to put on the early, what have we got? LR89, LR105, LR79. What version of this do we have? The S3. Used on the R&D version of the Thor. Yeah. That's where we're at. We don't even have the operational Thor engine. And then I believe... oh, I used... not this tank. Right. I previously had used the modular tank. Isogrid structure. Because the mount... was it the Shroud Tight that has... yeah, it has these nice little cutouts where I can fit the Vernier engines. Which is cool. So we'll fill that for the LR79. What's the rated burn time on this thing? 182 seconds. Okay. And we need a launch clamp for... there we go. That stage to show up. Alright, that's overburning pretty aggressively. We just push up the mount V scale until it looks better. Maybe we actually want to go in the other direction. We bring it in? Do we get it around the... I mean, I guess it goes all the way down past the gimbal. Right, if I get it to hide the gimbal. Well, if I accept that some of the gimbal controls pop through, it kind of looks best right around here. And then, oh, I forgot to also put on... where are they? LR101s, yeah. We want 2 of these. Oops. At 45 degree, and then I can kind of tuck them right in there. Which is what I did with the design last time. Yeah, we want those to be in all launch, and then that, and that. Yeah, now our rated burn time is actually fine. A little over 188. This is rated at 182. Yeah. Okay. And this has currently, okay, 11 kilometers a second of delta V. We are going to need a little bit of work on this thing to get it 100% ready to fly. But let's see, diameter will be early avionics. What's the mass of this thing? Currently 54 and change tons. All right. Oh, nice. It does nicely fit in a reasonable length, though. Good to know. And then we're gonna need a structural piece in here to do, and this will be a cone that goes from 0.8 to 2.44 over the course of more than a meter. Meter and a half? That doesn't look so bad. We're already down to 10,955. All right. Next, this needs to not be one of these. This needs to be a interstage. Like so. And like so. Base size 0.8. Top 0.8. Actually, you know what? I do this here. There we go. Just use this interstage fairing as the actual sort of mounting point. We pull the height in, and then we put on extra height till something like that. And these should be cones, not eggs. There we go. These don't decouple. They are as low density as possible. Can I see you open, please? There we go. Toggle open. All right. Now this stage, where we've got the AJ-10, which is rated for 115 seconds, and currently it's burning at 125, which is too long. Do 121. All right. And then underneath here, we're gonna want an actual payload adapter. And we're gonna get our nice classic bulbous fairing on the top of this thing, because it is an able, and that's what it does. Also toggle this open. And then, where are we at with... The next thing we're going to need is we're going to need the avionics for this stage, which needs to be at that 0.8 meter diameter. And then this whole stage right now is... How much does that weigh? This stage, just over 2 tons. Okay. So, early avionics, controllable mass, 2.5 tons, EC amount. Yeah, this is going to have to be pretty big. Okay. We're looking at... Oh, all my staging got messed up. Of course it did. Fairings will probably actually be below the upper stage. And then payload deploy. Okay. So this is at 9846 meters a second. I didn't actually grab that, but this is the Sun synchronous orbit contract that I'm working on. I want to double check the AP and PE requirements for that, and see where we're at. PE above 300, eccentricity below 0.4. Okay. I'm just going to grab the contract. I'm basically using flying this contract as an excuse to develop this rocket sort of now, instead of waiting until we have more science and more tech in the future. If we can get away with doing this one now, then that's great. We should do it now. So the other thing we're going to need is this thing needs control in the upper stage, because it needs to be able to align itself for that upper stage burn, and it needs to be able to do a an ullage burn, because this engine, this AJ-10, does have, yeah, it's pressure fed. Oh, and this needs to be, yep, high pressure. Okay, that's right. It's pressure fed, which means it needs the propellant to be settled in the tank. So we need to use RCS to give ourselves a little bit of oomph before the engine can ignite correctly. So if we look in command and control here, we grab, what's the smallest of these aerodynamic? 138, 69, 69. And we could put these clusters at the bottom of it like that. These are really designed more to go on like a rocket plane, I think. And they're kind of big. Don't love them. The other option would be to look through modular RCS. For one that I don't despise. Bring down the scale on that a little bit. That's not so bad looking. What else have we got? We've got these ones. Those are huge. Oh, these aren't bad. Especially at the 0.5 scale. Put them like right here, so that they can thrust forward as well as align. We don't really have roll control with these set up this way. We only really have, well, we sort of have roll control. It's not as good as if they were the non-45 degree version. Yeah, these ones. Yeah, 1 is too big of a scale for these. I mean, 0.5 is probably fine. Because on this one, I do now have, I think HTP. Don't have hydrazine yet. 190 newtons, 201 newtons, 54 newtons. So yeah, nitrous oxide is what we want. That fires there. Bearings get ditched like there. This is very stubby because these early engines just did not have the burn time. When we get the fully operational variant, it will, yeah, have a little more thrust and a little more burn time. Well, no, same burn time actually, but more thrust. Anyway, I need to put an RCS fuel tank in this as well. We'll just grab, I guess, you. And those need to be high pressure. Once again, all my stuff got screwed up because I took parts off. Yeah, that's way too much. Let's make this tank significantly smaller. All right, 9,500 meters a second is probably not enough for what we want to be trying to do, unfortunately. But just for funsies, let's I'm gonna fly this by hand. I'm gonna see just kind of what we can achieve with this in its current state before we do anything else. And then we'll think about what we need to do to get this actual contract complete. Because it has such a low requirement for I mean, I could almost certainly do it just with this, right? If we open this fairing and if we throw, let's grab the payload adapter, stick that on. Boom. Well, fix all my... Boom. Yeah. And then all we have to do is adjust the burn time on this upper stage so that it can consistently get us into the orbit that we need it to get us into. You know, however much delta V we have left that we need from this. But the other thing that might be nice to do with that Sun Synchronous Orbit satellite, because we didn't end up doing it with other things, now that I'm thinking about it, is the video. The early TV camera, and possibly even the magnetometer boom. So yeah, 7 watts, so we need... not these tiny ones. Let's use the resizable one. I mean, rockets have always, for the most part, technically been made by private companies, depending on, you know, in various partnerships with governments, right? I think the SpaceX's marketing is very good at telling people what they want to be telling people, though, for sure. Let's see. Turn off the panel output. What's our runtime? No, we need, like... What are we at? Yeah, 5 hours. We actually don't need that much. Let's do there. Yeah, just about 2 hours, just under 2 hours. That's fine. Runtime, and then when we have the panels on, we're making plenty of power, right? Yeah, like 3 times what we need. We can actually turn that down probably. That gets us, let's see, first stage, drop fairings, second stage, ignite, do the things, okay. And this is still sitting at almost 11,000 meters a second with that bigger probe up there. Cool. So this is gonna do what I wanted it to do, I think. I don't like that egg preset. Cone, egg, Atlas, Delta, Jupiter. There we go. Yep, that is definitely a Thor able. It's got that awful, the toothbrush shape is what I've heard it called. But I think it will achieve our goals for this mission. And we didn't build an able last time, and the able has some different requirements because it's a pressure-fed engine. So I'm going to have to make sure that the upper stage can do. Rockstar was made from... Oh, yeah. Kind of entirely made in-house. Yeah. I think some of that's just... I mean, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries as a company does literally everything. Right, and there aren't a lot of big industrial conglomerates like that anymore in the US besides, well, you know, you look at the various military contractors that over time have become much more coalesced. But back in the day, you know, in the 50s and 60s when these rockets were first being built, they were typically multiple contractors. Jack of all trades, master of none. The, no comment. Mitsubishi does okay compared to some other massive international companies, but yeah. All right, I'm going to sim this. I'm going to fly it by hand, which means that it is not going to be a very clean insertion towards our target orbit. And of course, we're going to have to do some work on tuning this booster, this last engine, to get us to like exactly our target orbit, and that's gonna be tough. Fortunately, our goal for our eccentricity is quite a bit looser than it was in some of the other contracts that we had to do. So I think we're going to be okay with doing it with a solid for insertion. It's just going to be tight. If we waited until 58 orbital rocketry, we could probably do it without the solid. You know, just for fun, let's save this and let's see what that looks like. If I switch to the S3D config, and we do get this up to, yeah, right, what's our rated burn time? Still 182. Oh, do these have a better config as well? That is... No, not until 62 for the NA11. Okay. Cool. And then up here, this is where we're probably going to see more improvement. If we open this up, we should have a 58 orbital rocketry version of the AJ-10, right? The 42? Yeah. And that has a rated burn time of 150 seconds. Do a 1042. Yeah. Now we're looking at, I mean, still not, well, maybe. 9,600? This might be enough, but it's not going to be fun, that's for sure. Oh, actually, in a polar orbit, 9,600, I don't think we're going to hit it. Okay. So, that's what I thought. Which means we are going to have to figure out the solids anyway. We probably could get this to hit that contract with the 58 tech without the solid if I took my cameras and my magnetometer boom off. But the whole point of this is to get those sciences going, right? That's the whole reason I'm flying this extra mission. So, we're gonna do it with this thing, and we're gonna have to dial in how much propellant is in this solid as part of the prep. But looking at that, 11,000 meters a second, that should be first back in the 70s. There you go. Yeah, I think this will work as long as we can dial in the solid kick stage to consistently get us to within our eccentricity requirements. Okay, Twitch is telling me it's ad time, so I'm going to let Twitch run the ad. I'm going to stretch my legs and top up my water because I do need more water. And then when I come back, I'm going to fly this thing manually, make sure that it's roughly has the performance characteristics that I think it's going to have. And then we can, we can grab the, borrow some of the code from the previous time I built a Thor, except this time it's a Thor Able, not a Thor Regina, so we're going to have to do some different things with the upper stage, and, its sort of overall flight profile is going to be a little bit different. But yeah, we'll take a look at that over the next hour, and I will see everybody in just a few minutes after the ad runs. Hello, people who don't get ads. There's a few more seconds left on the ad break. A few minutes every hour seems kind of wild to me. I wonder if that's because of the different locations. It could be, but I think it's also just, by default, if you don't have it set to run ads on an interval, everyone gets pre-roll ads. And I've seen that be anywhere from 30 seconds to like over a minute of ads when you like first join a channel. And as a small channel, and I'd rather people not have to see a minute of ads just to like see if they're actually interested in coming to hang out, right? And then the minimum to turn off pre-roll ads entirely is to run 3 minutes over the course of an hour. 45 seconds is the most you ever saw, so that could be regional. I know that I have personally seen it go over a minute for pre-roll ads, which is just obnoxious. Not necessarily on my channel, but on channels that I have gone to visit. But also, the other option is to run ads on intervals, and like I could have it set to run like 30 seconds every 10 minutes and just like let them run and accept that like people are going to be interrupted and they're going to miss things. But like, because what I do, whether it's in this game or in Factorio or whatever I'm playing, like it's fairly technical and I'm talking through a lot of things, and I think people being interrupted constantly would make the experience a lot worse. And also, I am not as young as I used to be, and having an excuse to stretch my legs every hour and get some more water and take care of myself is nice. So running the ads every hour is kind of the best thing that I can do to make sure that like yeah, 30 seconds every 10 minutes is definitely did I do that math right? Does that add up to still 3 minutes of ads an hour? Yeah. Maybe. Because it would be a 30-second ad 6 times, every 10 minutes. And basically anywhere in between, right? You can do it like 45-second ad of every 15 minutes. You could do a, minute and a half every half an hour. But, for me, again, taking a break once an hour is healthy anyway. So yeah. 30 seconds every 30 to 45 minutes. Yeah, and it depends on the channel, right? Like, there's a whole dashboard where I can go in, and if I wanted to crank it up to, like, ads as often as they show up on cable TV in the US, I could do that too, but that would be stupid. And, I like I said, I try to keep the ads to the smallest number that I can run just to turn off pre-roll ads. And that's about as unintrusive as I can make them. All right, anyway, in theory, this thing can hit the sun synchronous contract with a big enough payload. So I think we can just fly it. I'm going to fly it manually. We might not fully hit the orbital parameters, but I just kind of want to get a feel for, like, where it's at as far as its overall flight profile, and then we'll, afterwards, we will... What's our overall mass? 53.7. What do we have the avionics for? 55. That's great. I should double check also here. Overall mass is 2.47, and this is set at 2.5. Perfect. So yeah, let's fly this thing by hand, make sure we don't hate it, and then Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Twitch has, like, all sorts of different rules about ad break stuff in different regions where the local laws are different, and or even the culture around ads is different, right? But let's sim this thing. And again, I'm flying this manually just to get a feel for it. Turn on the SAS, turn up the throttle. Oh, that sea level TWR. You know what? Let's that'll work, but it's very inefficient. We're gonna waste a lot on gravity losses, and I don't want to do that. So what we're gonna do, that is exactly what is gonna happen, is we are gonna get some boosters. Because I believe I've got the caster 1. There we go. There we go. So, oops. The boosters need to fire when we drop off the pad, and then we drop them. All right. Ignite liquids. Boosters fire at launch. We drop them. Then we drop fairings at some point, and then we can drop. Yeah, this would release upper stage and turn on RCS, fire upper stage, and then fire the kick stage. There we go. And yeah, that does not add a lot of delta V, which I don't expect it to, but it does add quite a bit to our TWR. One of the other things that's the top looks a little weird. What? You don't like my biblically accurate able stage? Yeah, I could actually make this stubbier instead of the 0.8 meters that like an actual able was. I could do this at like a meter or a meter and a quarter, and that would keep the top from being quite as bulbous. I don't know. I think it's so ugly it's cute, right? That's the... Let's try this again with some boosters. Ugh. And we do not need 4. I don't know if how clear the TWR is on stream, but we're looking at TWR of 1.9 now instead of the 1.1 that it was. So... Oh! We were right on the edge of what our launch, our avionics could handle mass-wise, and I think those boosters put us over. We didn't have control there. I didn't double-check that before I left the... What are we at? 60... Wow, these are heavy. Okay. I didn't realize how heavy these were. Yeah, we need better tech for the uprated ones. So yeah, we need like 62 tons now. Cool. Looks like a normal, yeah. Okay. Oh. Oh. Ah. We have paint jobs. Obviously, we're gonna have to decide what color we want to paint everything when we're done testing the rocket. And once we get the code written, we can take a little time and do some rocket ship dress up. But I want to get it actually working before I take the time to mess with that stuff. All right. Hey, we have SAS this time. Beautiful. All right. Pushing slightly north. I might have needed to pitch this over a little bit more for the gravity turn to work right. We're tracking prograde, so it will do a gravity turn for me. But we might be a little... What do I need? PE above 300 kilometers. All right. Yeah, we're going to be way over lofted here. But we can start actually pitching over. Oh dear. What did we just do? Oh. I'm gonna have to make a new launch complex for this one anyway. So we could absolutely do that. And yes, I did absolutely just go forward, or just go up and then forward, which is the wrong way to fly a rocket. But, yes, in theory, we could do that. It wouldn't help. Like, it has more than enough thrust now, and boosters don't add a lot to the overall delta V. So I don't think it's necessary. It's just going to be more cost and integration time. This is way over lofted. I don't know how to fly this rocket. I also forgot to ditch the fairings at the appropriate time. There we go. So if we skip up to, no, actually, let's turn on RCS. We'll let this thing align itself prograde-ish. How are we on? Plenty of thruster fuel. Yeah, this is the stock SAS doing its thing. Not as good as... turn that off for now. And then with 250 after the boosters just looks slow. It is slow. But most of our delta V comes from the core stage. Like, we can be going a little faster, but it doesn't help as much. Again, that's real world versus KSP stuff. Boosters really only help with your sort of initial thrust to weight ratio. In the real world. All right, and yeah, once that fires forward, we can see propellant is very stable. So I think we can fire the engine. Turn off RCS, because this engine does have a gimbal. Should have fired this sooner. It's a fairly low TWR. But that is okay. Our overall flight profile is pretty funky anyway. But this is doing more or less... flying more or less how I expected it to fly. It's going to kick off... more like to the 500. Yeah. So those early ones, the early sounding rockets, because they're such small rockets, the booster kicks them a lot faster. But also, those rockets don't have any active control. They rely entirely on their fins for stability. So if you're going faster with fins, you're more stable. As opposed to these future, more modern rocket designs that have, you know, RCS and gimbaled engines and these other things that give them active control. So you don't need the extra... kick of speed to get you aerodynamically stable. You can be actively stable instead. Alright, I'm definitely going to have to play around with the flight profile for this, because what I flew is bad. But I do think that we will at least have... Oh, yeah, this is not anywhere close to a circular orbit. I mean, it has the Delta V to do what I want, but I just did a very, very bad job flying this. All right, let's work on some code. That's what this stream is supposed to be about. 4.5 hours in, and I'm just getting started, but that's okay. So I'm going to go ahead and copy into this. Do I trust? No, I don't. I'm gonna copy that in another terminal window so I don't accidentally show all of you all my files. Script boot, no, not boot, lib, Thor, and I'm going to copy in yeah, there we go. So we have the Thor script, and we have the Able script, which is from the Agena, what I previously wrote as an Agena script, so we'll get to that later. And then we're going to make a new boot file. Do I actually have one that I just want to copy that's like from a Thoragina? What have I got in my boot? Sun. Okay. So, sun synchronous. Run once the Thor, and then we'll also need to load the Able script from this. It's not using a Gina. Okay. So one of the things is that, does this Thor script do... Okay, so this needs to have... It needs to detect if it has boosters. So let's do that. Because we're not going to fly boosters on every Thor. We need them for this launch, but we won't always. And that is called ROE-Castor1. All right. And then here, I think that's fine. All of this is fine. If boosters, let's see. List. Can I see... Yeah, there is a length. Okay, if booster's length is greater than 0, then we want to wait until... boosters 0. Thrust. We don't have to wait until it fully burns out. Yeah, the keyboard mouth is funny. I thought about trying to adjust it so that it wouldn't do that, but I decided it was too funny, so I kept it. Okay. So this is fine. We probably need to do slightly different things with our gravity turn, depending on whether we have boosters or not, because the gravity turn is going to behave very differently. We'll play with that. And then, yeah, here we drop fairings, and then we just wait until ship thrust is 0. Okay. So one of the things that I want to bring in from other bits of code is the actual... It must only be in my Atlas script, and that's annoying. Ships script lib atlas. Yeah. Heading. No, this also still just does its heading. Okay. Where did I put... Oh, here we go. Copy that and put it in here. So this says, for a given orbital target inclination and target altitude, what is our heading that we actually want to fly into? We're going to want to do this here. We're going to get rid of all of this upper stage stuff, because we're going to be rewriting this whole script eventually. So we bring in the Thor, we bring in the Able, local, what is the target inclination for this sun synchronous contract? Inclination between 95 and 99 degrees, okay. What's the average of 95 and 99? 97. Local inclination is 97. Target inclination. Local target altitude is, we'll say 350,000. Okay. So we're gonna do heading. What did I call that function? Launch azimuth. Launch azimuth of target. Is it inclination and then altitude, or altitude and then inclination? Inclination and then altitude. All right, and I'm gonna pass the target altitude in. Just so that we can we're gonna want to do some work in this script. I'm gonna pull in some stuff from the Atlas, and especially if we're flying with boosters, we should be able to work on I think all of this stuff we probably don't need, because this is all prototype code that I never used, and I'm going to bring in the actual production code from the Atlas script when we get there. So yeah, this will, if there's boosters, it'll drop the boosters when their thrust gets low, and then it'll drop the fairings, and then it'll just run until it's done. And we're going to see where we're at. This target pitch and target velocity... Well, we'll have to play with. But this should be enough just to run a quick sim and see where we're going to be at with, like, the most minimum part of this launch. So if we set our, let's open this, let's grab kOS, reread boot folder, and we should be able to set our script to sun synchronous. Close these. Double check our staging, ditch boosters, then ditch fairings, and then upper stage shenanigans will need to happen, and that's fine. Yeah, let's run this. Let's see what it does. It's probably gonna fall over immediately, because I always have typos. Or it'll work. Okay. I'm impressed. Where's KOS? This terminal. Alright. So it's turned on its gravity turn. We could probably drop the boosters a little bit sooner. Oh, never mind. That's fine. That's pretty close to when they're fully burned out. The realistic burnout of solids in Realism Overhaul is definitely going to be an interesting thing to figure out managing. Because you want to make sure you don't want to carry them when they're not making thrust, because that's dead weight, but also they don't just stop immediately. So like there's that time when they're making a little bit of thrust, and if you release them too soon, you will have a bad time. Yeah, I can throw the other boosters on the next time we do a sim. But what it'll do is it'll be going a little bit faster when the boosters drop, but our overall orbital like insertion will be pretty similar. It'll only add, you know, maybe 100 meters a second of delta V to the overall stack. But yeah, we can definitely see how it affects the sort of overall profile if we run the same script with just the additional boosters. Okay, so this is coming up on being 63. So yeah, when we drop the fairings here in... There we go. And then we've got about 20 seconds here where we could be thinking about tweaking, yeah, our profile, because we are overlofting just a little bit. Because, yeah, we end up at like 540. So I do want to bring in some of the code, I think, from the Atlas. Especially now that I've got, I guess with the boosters on the Thor, or maybe the different upper stage. I'm not sure. We're coming in here. But that's the end of the script. This is as far as the script gets me. So, yeah, the next thing with the script is to get it to angle down so we're not pushing up our AP as much. Because, yeah, we drop the fairings. And then we want to switch to, like, this target apoapse mode. So, basically, what we want to do, and this would be much easier to draw than to try to explain out loud. I can copy in the code from what am I trying to say? I can copy in some of the code from the Atlas, and maybe I do just copy over the old Atlas script just so I can see it in the IDE. Drop it in here in a format that I can... There we go. Yeah, okay, so this relies on this AP prograde, which is not what we want to be relying on. This AP prograde method requires, it looks at... Here, I can just copy it in, actually, to my math functions. Because this looks at a node, we have to have the tracking station upgraded before this code works, which is annoying. And I haven't done that tracking station upgrade yet, and I think I need a... to vehicle assembly. I think I need research before we can do it. I need the lunar range comms tech to be done. And I think we're still a little ways away from that. Show hide. Yeah. We've got EDL running and then lunar range comms. Okay. So it's not that far out. It's, you know, March of 58, and we're currently at, like, October of 57, so it's like 6 months out if we wanted to just push to get that lunar range comms done. But if we can manage without it, that would be cool. And we could manage without it by doing the orbit math ourselves. So what this does is this puts a node at whatever the AP is, and then we figure out the, like, burn vector that we want at that time. What we can figure out is from our current orbital parameters, our altitude and our velocity, our whatever else we need. It might just be the altitude and velocity is enough, but we want to try to figure out what direction do we burn in to not change our AP, and then how do we adjust our target pitch to hit that. What I might be able to do this with a PID loop. So if we think about as a set point what the desired target value is. Yeah, okay, let's do this. Let's play around. Let's do some experimentation. So let's do local pitch PID is PID loop. Max is... Sorry, min and then max and then epsilon. All right. So within the minus 90 to 90 degree range, which is way too big, but that's fine. And then epsilon, whatever. We want our target to be within a meter of our actual orbit. Sure. This is not tuned at all. This is going to be hilariously wrong. Like, this is definitely wrong. Start with, like, that. And then set pitch PID set point to target altitude. And then local wanted pitch is 0. Sure. No, we'll do a local wanted heading is 0. And then we'll lock steering to yeah, so we lock to our prograde. And then we'll lock, yeah. Now, until ship thrust, until the stage burns out, we're going to loop. And then we're going to do this. Local wanted pitch is pitch PID update of ship. What is it? Ship orbit apoapsis? Or just ship apoapsis works. Alright. And we need to know the current time. Okay. Yeah. And then we'll do wanted heading to of HDG wanted pitch and that takes us back to this, our sort of target heading for our launch azimuth, and then our pitch, which comes from this thing. 0 being horizontal, 90 being whatever. So the only question is we might need to invert wanted pitch, and then we're going to have to tune the PID loop parameters, because this is going to do stupid things. Because what this says right now is for every kilometer that we're off, we want to pitch down. If I tune this right, it'll figure out its set point, but the problem is that this number is relative to our current, again, it's relative to the zero change pitch, and I don't actually ever know exactly what that is. It's relative to how many degrees ahead of us the apoapsis is. And that is some ellipse math that I would have to look up. Which I might have to do. But for now, I just want to see how this flies, and it's going to fly weird, but I don't know. We're doing science. Oh, and you wanted to see how it behaves with more boosters. I can do that since we're here. The first part of the launch is going to be the same. It's only once it hits space that it's going to try to do different things with its pitch program. So, but you can see just adding the boosters, you know, before, with 2 of them, our delta V is 11,209, and with 4 of them, it's 11,388. So we didn't even get 200 meters a second of delta V off of them. And what we're going to see is that we'll be going a little bit faster when they burn out, and that'll affect, you know, the overall gravity turn and the pitch program a little bit. But it's not drastically going to affect where we end up when the first stage burns out. No, let's, again, that's several tons of booster that I forgot about, so I need to push up the avionics as well. Oops. Which is going to take us even further. Yeah, we're now over 70 tons. Yeah, each of these is like... Not enough tank? Oh, God. Alright, well, now the whole thing's a little different. But, I mean, it'll be pretty similar in its dynamics. But that makes our difference in delta V even lower now, because we're looking at the extra mass of the additional avionics and things like that. So what you can see here now is we're actually going almost too fast too soon. And if I find drag losses, I guess we can't easily compare this because I wasn't showing this chart before, but like when you're looking at your different, you know, potential Woo! We're getting some oscillation here. This is not happy. Not a happy rocket. And that's going to mean steering losses. But yeah, you can see these, these different loss graphs, and we can see how the drag loss kind of starts spiking pretty quickly early in the flight profile, and that's because we're almost going too fast with those boosters. And then because we were going... Oh, more payload, yeah. And it's not a lot. It's really not a lot. All that the boosters do is get us the extra kick off the launch pad. And yeah, we're pretty much out of the atmosphere now, so our drag losses are flattening. Yeah, around that 70 to 80. We could probably ditch the fairings around here and maybe even switch to open loop control or closed loop control around here. Oh, and we donked because my script for the PID loop was wrong. Oh, updated instead of update. Yeah. That's a typo. I'm going to pull those extra boosters off as well. Yeah, when all is said and done, we can do a comparison of, like, the final, like, how much extra kick do we get from the upper stage? Like, how much extra fuel do we have to add or remove from the final program? But it's not gonna be much. And then, oh, this can all go back down. Smaller. There we go. 65-ton avionics, because we're currently sitting at like 62 tons, and I might actually want to make the avionics a little bit bigger no matter what, now that I think about it, because I probably want to size them for a little bit of room for the uprated, because we're going to unlock an uprated version of this engine in the 1958 tech node, and a version of the upper stage engine in the 1958 tech node. So I should probably scale my avionics to those. That way when we stretch the tanks, we don't have to retool the avionics. Yeah. Yeah, that's... I can redo the test with the extra boosters once all is said and done, and it'll be... again, we're talking like 150 meters a second of delta V out of the 11,000 that we have on the ship. Which is like 0.1%. Sorry, no, 1%. So. Alright, we're gonna resim this. I fully expect the PID loop to be completely tuned wrong and probably also be doing the wrong thing. So... I think we can run the early part of the launch. Yeah, we can definitely ditch those a little bit sooner. because we're carrying the dead weight for a little longer than we have to. Yeah, and then this is going to pitch itself way down. And what it's going to do is it's going to see, as its thing goes above 350, it's going to keep pushing itself down. And it is slowing down how much it goes way over the 350 target. You know, maybe that's good enough for early, for what this rocket is actually capable of. Because the upper stage can basically... Let's start writing code for the upper stage, I guess. So I had copied a Gina into Able, and we have this whole circularize. Yeah, it is late in that part of the world. I'm my first beer is after the stream. It's a beautiful evening out, so I think it's gonna be some sausages out on the grill and a can of beer after stream. All right, so all of this stuff I'm actually going to get rid of. We're not going to do any of this. Because we're not going to be doing a circularization. We're going to be doing this, like... I'm just going to call it launch. It's not really launch, but whatever. So we're going to need to take in, yeah, basically the same stuff that we take in from in the first stage script. And we want to take in, let's see. We basically want to copy the same pit. So we'll do that part. And then... yeah, all that gets locked. That's fine. Lock throttle to 1. Turn RCS on. Lock throttle to 1. And what this is going to do is this will use the RCS to push us forward to stabilize the fuel in the upper stage. And then we can probably just like wait 3 seconds and then stage to start the engines. And then we just wait until thrust is 0. Unlock steering. Unlock throttle. Alright, so this is going to basically exactly what the first stage was trying to do with its pitch program. We're going to keep doing with the second stage. Is that a good idea? Probably not. But we'll see what it does. As we get closer and closer to the actual apoapsis, our target pitch being 0 gets more and more correct. But that's not necessarily... it helps. It helps that we're getting closer. But I think we do want to always kind of be trying to... And I just need to look up the orbital mechanics math and do the work and figure out again, you know, how many degrees forward is the AP from where we are along the ellipse. And again, I think we can get that from the orbital parameters and do the math, but I'm just not familiar with all of that ellipse math, and I've been trying to avoid getting too much into nitty-gritty math. Like, we already have, like, this launch azimuth thing, which is... yeah. I understand how this works now, and I talked through it the first time I did it in the previous attempt. Probably Orbiter Wiki has exactly what I need to calculate, like, how many degrees ahead my burn is. But for now, this will approach what we want, and then we'll see how far we get, basically. Let's refly this with the second stage script. It's probably gonna fail catastrophically, but that's okay. And then after this flight, Twitch is yelling at me to run ads again, so I will I'll do that after this launch. Then we'll try to wrap up. I'd like to get this program working. Oh, it's already broken. What did I do? Probably something in the able stage. Let's see. Can't find 0lib_orbit.k. Oh, whoops. Yep. Yeah, I see what I did there. I forgot to delete this line. That's leftover from the Agena code that I copied in. Okay. In that case, I'm going to let Twitch run ads now, and when I come back in 3 minutes, we will do the this test launch. See how well the script does at keeping the stage pointed where it needs to be pointed. What it should end up doing, the way this PID works, is it'll keep overlofting itself and thus keep pitching further and further down until eventually it pitches down enough that it really does start correcting, and it'll pitch itself, start to pitch back up towards flat as it corrects its overloft. That's the profile that we expect to see from the able stage with this program as written. Whether that'll work and be efficient is a totally different question, but that's what we expect to see. So when we get back from break, we'll dive into that. I will see everybody in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back. Thanks for waiting around through the ads. I appreciate it always. Let's just rerun this thing. I think because it failed loading the scripts, I can just, like, do this. Man, that is... something is not happy with the flight controls there. Yeah, okay, and I do want to switch these to ditch a little bit sooner. Yeah, the default KOS controls are unhappy with this thing's verniers. I think it actually has a fairly significant amount of roll control, which gives it it's detecting some minor oscillations in the roll, so it's kind of constantly having to fix them. Alright, we can fast forward, though, up until we get close to 100 kilometers, and then it'll ditch the fairing, and it'll switch to... more direct control instead of the gravity turn. Pop. Switch. And that flip of it up to 90 and back down is totally expected and also silly. Okay, so we need to remember to turn RCS off early on. And this appears to be... this pitching up on me instead of down. And it seems like the answer is yes. So I do need to invert... yeah, and that makes sense, because the PID is positive. So this is doing exactly the opposite of what it should be doing. Instead of pitching down, it's going to keep pitching up, and it's going to keep making its overlofting worse. All right, let's fix that in both places. So in the Thor stage, we also want the negative wanted pitch. Yeah. And then again, for every kilometer off, we'll try to pitch by 1 degree, which is very, very arbitrary. And there's better math, there's better ways to do this than with a PID loop. Want to be clear. But, and then we can also, if we want to, tune the D and the P terms, just to you know, if we want it to start pitching more aggressively when it has been out of alignment for longer, and there's ways that we can tune the PID loop to make it take care of these things a little more proactively instead of just kind of vaguely drifting through space. Okay, and once we hit about 95 kilometers, I'll go back to real time, and then we'll see again what it's trying to do as it ditches the stage, etc. So it's trying to get itself into a 350-kilometer orbit. That is its goal. And when we hit 100 kilometers... Well, that's just wrong. This is just burning down. Okay. Okay, but then this one comes back up. It comes back up, but it is still... I feel like you watch an elevator operator. There you go. Okay, so obviously negative wanted pitch was wrong. Oh, there we go. Engine shut off due to propellant floating. I am shocked that we still have a probe core. Okay. Doing the Starship. There we go. Okay, so I think this bit is... I knew it was stupid, and I'm starting to agree with myself that it's stupid. Let's find maths. Is there a category for maths page? We go to the launch azimuth, like, is this in category tutorials? Of course it is. And there might not be a tutorial on the Orbiter wiki for what I want. But yeah, no. So go to DuckDuckGo. What I want is, given my orbital parameters that I can grab, which I know are my apoapsis and my periapsis. That should be enough. And my time to AP, I should be able to figure out how many degrees off our AP is. And that is the thing that is just not sure even where to look at that. And I could just Google orbit math, but that's not what I want. No, this is all stuff from group theory. Because apparently that's an orbit. I mean, if we start with the Vis-Viva equation, yeah. For any Keplerian orbit, v is the relative speed of the two bodies, r is the distance, a is the semi-major axis, gm. Yeah. Given the total mass, one can compute r and v, specific orbital energy, blah, blah, blah. This I know. This is not... But is there a... There we go. Orbital elements. Motion over time. Yeah. I'm sure there's an equation for what I want. I just don't know what it is. See, this looks great. This is exactly what I want, except it's, you know, not online. Yeah, computer modeling techniques, blah, blah, blah. That's helpful. All right, going back to this. It seems like, for whatever reason, I needed to invert it in able, but not in... Yeah, so we set our heading to the surface prograde, which is fine. Oh. And then we want to keep burning towards our heading. If we're over lofted, then our P term is going to give us a positive pitch. And that'll have us pointing up. But we'd rather be pointing down. So we do want this. But I swore when the Thor did it, it pointed itself up. Which seems like it's exactly the opposite of what I want. Maybe there's already a negative in here. Maybe I don't need this. Maybe I just need... Here, I'm going to make this a much more aggressive P term, and we're going to be able to see this pitching a lot more aggressively. And this is going to help me understand what it's actually doing. That's what we're going to do. Also, putting an I term in will probably be a worthwhile investment in this, but we'll get there when we get there. Yeah, maybe the PID loop is already inverting things for me, because it knows that we're above, so the delta's actually negative. $70, $80, $90. This is going to do its thing. It's going to push itself up to $350. And then tilt itself back down. Yep. And that means that I can set the P term for the Thor stage to be much smaller, I think. And the Able... Yeah, the Able's pointed up. Okay. So I wasn't confused. It really is pitching itself up. Am I doing something wrong in the... No. Because it seems weird that it pitches itself up just a little bit. We go back here, we should see. It's kind of like stuck at this 20 degrees. We go faster. Is it pitching itself up more and more over time? No. It just stays here. Maybe it is. No, it is pitching up. It's slow, but it did. It did pitch up. Okay. So then I do need a negative pitch here. But why... What I don't understand is why this one needs to be negative when the first stage doesn't, for literally the exact same code. Wait! I'm a complete idiot! The PID isn't even running, because this loop isn't running up here. By the time we do this and we stage, the loop isn't even running. God. So the wanted heading just gets pinned, and we never update. Okay. I'm an idiot. Let's do this. We don't need this wait until ship thrust, because it happens here. Okay. I'm an idiot. Let's... we watch our pitch, we should see it go down slowly, 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 slowly. Pitches up, and then down. Yeah, now it's overlofting itself, and it knows that. And it's trying to pitch itself down, 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 down to stop overlofting. Yeah, okay. And now this pid loop is set way too aggressive, and this is going to be all over the place. But that's exactly what we expect. It's oscillating around 350. It's working. I mean, it's wrong, but it's working. Okay. Cool. So, first things first. On the Thor, I'm going to throw another, like, 0 in here, in this P parameter, so that it does not pitch itself up so hard. Because it's pegging itself right to that 90 degrees. So maybe I even do that. Well, we'll do 1 for now. And the able, I mean, we can do the same thing, right? 0.001. You know what? We'll do 3 zeros. We'll keep them the same. And let's fly this thing again. We will need to tweak the PID parameters for all of this stuff a little more. I just want to see it get itself into, like, something that resembles the path to orbit. And we could also potentially be scaling the AP with, you know, time and other things, but yeah. So this just, like, kicks itself over pretty hard with that extra 0 in there. So we might still want to tune that a little bit. And this should be pitched up slightly. It's hovering around 0. And yeah, as it goes above 350, it'll pitch itself down. Not very quickly. But it is doing it. Slowly but surely it's pitching itself down, but it's not pitching itself down far enough. Because we can see the AP is still going up. Yeah, and there's burnout. And of course it burns out, and it's... Get it stable. And yeah, this upper stage obviously has way too much delta V. We are... Hilarious apogee. All of that is expected, right? Because we expect to have to turn down the fuel in this pretty significantly. Okay. So we're somewhere. This needs to be more aggressive in its pitch program. The Thor... I mean, we're just tuning PID parameters now, which is fine. Right, so we unlock steering, we unlock throttle, and then we want to, like, wait until ETA apoapsis is less than, like, 30, lock steering to prograde. There we go. That should be all we need for, like, the final kick stage. No, wait until EPA apoapsis is less than 30, RCS on, lock steering to prograde. There we go. And we should turn RCS off here. This way we don't waste RCS at these points. And then I picked 10 seconds kind of arbitrarily. It's going to depend a lot on our overall burn time. But if we revert to launch, this should get itself into an orbit now. It's not going to be the right orbit, let's be clear, but it will get itself into an orbit. Yeah, I need to set the epsilon on that booster drop. They're pretty inconsistent right now because of the modeling of solid residuals and things like that. So... Oh, sorry about that. There we go. That looks like it kind of pulled into... It's just falling and missing the ground. Yep. Alright, this looks like it's maybe working. It was pitched down pretty aggressively, and now it's pitching itself back up as it slowly raises its, or lowers its AP. It's going to be pretty close to the target when this stage burns out, I think, which is exactly what we want to see. Let's go a little bit faster. Otherwise, this is going to take like 2 minutes to burn out the stage. Yeah, now it's pushing it up, so it'll angle itself back down over time. It'll fluctuate, but it is keeping itself pretty close to the target, which is, you know, for these early orbits, even being this close, I'm pretty happy with. All right. Now, we need to drift up until about 30 seconds before apoapsis, and it will, if my code works, it'll turn the RCS back on in just a couple of seconds, realign itself to prograde. There we go. And then in a few more seconds, it will fire that upper stage. Which again is massively oversized. Yeah, we're going to see this kind of blast through. There we go. So yeah, we have too much delta V in this upper stage. It looked like it needs about 3/4 of the propellant. But this is basically, you know, if we can get the, let me find the Kerbal Engineer. HUD-1, edit. Can I turn on eccentricity? There we go. Yeah, so our eccentricity is like 0.2, which is way too high. So let's play with our fuel amounts and see if we can get the kick stage to a place where actually I should be able to just do this, right? Yeah. Let's do like, let's start with like, yeah, 60 out of whatever it is, 90, 100, close to 100. So we'll start with like 60%. And then I'll be able to make a more educated guess once I see how close that gets us. And the other question, of course, is how consistently can we do this? With the solids in RP-1, it's unclear to me if a solid kick stage is going to be able to consistently hit our burnout times. I'm hopeful that because the GCRC is a pretty slow burning engine that we can get away with it. But never really know. All right, so this is following its gravity turn. And then, yeah, we ditch that, ditch the fairing, and then we pitch down. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And then we are going to overloft slightly, but it'll just keep pitching itself down. I'm not sure why this does that little up and then down dance when the able stage comes online. Because we should be just locked to what was our surface prograde at the time that we staged. So maybe it's just the drift of like a few seconds of surface prograde. Not sure. Alright, and then we can speed up through this, because we expect this to keep trying to... Yeah, it's going to keep trying to pitch down as it gets closer to burnout, and I can tweak these PID parameters more. And then at burnout, we're good. Yeah. Oh, we're seeing, because I took so much mass out of this GCRC, we're seeing different performance characteristics from the upper stage. That is something that I didn't really account for, but we've got a much higher AP now. Because our stage here is significantly lighter. Alright, and then we turn this back on, we point prograde, that's fine. Seven, 6, 5, 4. Alright, we're still burning too long. By quite a bit. But we also, it seems like, do have quite a bit of leeway with the eccentricity, which is good to see. Somehow this is worse, which is very funny. Because the Able stage gets so much more delta V when we dropped the mass of this kick stage. Here, I can demonstrate this actually. So with the kick stage full, our total delta V is 11,206. And like we pulled it down by to like here. And we could see, yeah, the Able stage is getting like 150 more delta V, and we've lost about 500 or so in total. It's just distributed differently. So like we want to keep pulling this way down. I'm gonna say like let's even try at 1/10. I want to see it underperform, and then I can start tweaking it upwards, you know, a few meters a second at a time. Although with so little mass in that stage, here's the question. If I were to just do this. What are we at? 96, 92. All right. This probably can't do it. I'm going to assume this can't do it. We're going to fly it, and we're going to see. But it's going to be... I think this is going to be a fail. Would the lower fuel make a big difference to have more than one variant? Yeah, I can have... So I can have the engines underburn, or I can put a little less fuel in any of the stages. So I could underfuel the Able just as easily as underfuel the whatever. I don't want to have multiple, like, physical variants because of how the tooling in RP-1 works, right? Where, like, I need to pay a fee every time I change the shape of something. So you want to really, like, lock in your designs. But, like, I could absolutely be playing with the other stages a little bit. I don't know if that answered your question. Oh, cut the engine off with fuel left. Yeah, absolutely. So for the liquids, yes. For the solids, no. So the one I was tweaking the fuel in is a solid, and that has to burn to completion. Which is why it's nice to have liquid-fueled upper stages for doing these kinds of more precision orbits. So, I'm just curious where we're going to end up here. And I know that we're not quite going to hit the orbit we want, but this might very easily get us into orbit. Nope, not quite. Okay. So I do need the upper kick stage. I just need to figure out how much fuel it actually needs, which is what I thought. I knew we'd be a little bit short. Oh, that was the wrong revert. I mean, there are some solids that can cut off mid-burn, but I don't know if they're if it's possible in RP-1 or not. But in the real world, there's lots of, ways to, they open hatches to vent the gas in other directions, and there's ways to stop the thrust from thrusting. But in I don't know if the RP-1 solids implement any of that, and certainly the early ones probably don't. So yeah, let's get the GCRC back. I mean, the other option is to not use a GCRC, but like... Oh, no, that's too small. Yeah. We'll do the GCRC, and we'll just fuel it at, like, 10% for now. And we'll see where we end up. This is a very careful balancing act, right, of getting our... Because as the mass of the upper payload changes, because our orbital insertion program is not good, it affects our overall, like, AP, and that affects how much delta V we need for... Right. Solids that you can stop adds a lot of cost and complexity, and they're only used when there's really no other choice. Yeah, that's much cleaner. I tweaked that behind the scenes. I set the residual threshold for dropping the solids a little bit lower. And I think it's working more nicely. Whoa! I was not... That shouldn't ever be a problem when we're actually flying, I hope. I think that was because I was fast-forwarding. That was just a Kraken attack. That was my bad. I should have slowed down the fast-forward. Alright. So this time, I'm going to remember to slow down the fast forward when we get close to 100 kilometers. And then we will see where we end up. I'm still not expecting this GCRC burn time to be, like, remotely close to the right... Well, maybe remotely close to the right thing. But Oh, my staging is wrong. I didn't fix the staging when I put the solid back in. Oh, all right. Well, there's your problem. Okay. So that's correct. Fairings are in the wrong place. Yeah, we lost the bearings here. And then we drop this, and then this one, and then these. Okay, the fairings ended up merged with a different stage. That's what went wrong. Okay. Always check your staging. What is this set to right now? Yeah, 65 tons. Let's sim this, and let's see where we end up. Yeah, the USSR did not use solids as much as the US did. That is correct. There are a bunch of different reasons for that. But the USSR in their military programs ended up using a lot more hypergolics in their designs. You know, rockets being tied to military programs means that, like, being able to, like, keep a missile fueled and then fire it when you want to fire it is important, right? But then so in the US that ended up being solids for a lot of what we did, and in the USSR it was hypergolics. Relatively speaking, obviously there's a little bit of both on both sides, but all right. Here, let's go a little faster through this, like, 2.5-minute burn. Yeah, I do wish that I had more control over our actual, like, AP height. But I don't. And then, yeah, so now we have, like, 7 minutes until AP, because we're just pushing our apoapsis much further forward in these launches. Two minutes. Well, we're fast forwarded, so 1 minute. All right, should ditch in just a few seconds. It'll drop the, well, it'll realign itself to prograde, and then it'll fire this thing. All right, well, this one was too small. We need a little more delta V than that. So it is possible, it turns out, to make this engine too small. Let's, I mean, I'm just gonna double it. It's not the most scientific way, but, we can binary search this thing and just get ourselves right where we want to be with it. I'd like to come up with a better steering algorithm for this upper stage so that it doesn't quite overloft itself as aggressively. You know, I could probably come up with something like multiplying our wanted pitch by some fraction of the time to AP, and that would make us pitch down more aggressively when we're further from the apoapsis, and then as we get closer, we would point actually horizontal at AP. But I'm not sure that that's gonna come up with exactly what I want. Really, I need to do the circle math, right? I need to figure out, like, if we're here, and we're going this fast, and our time to AP is here, what is our number of degrees there? And, I just need to look through and learn that math, and I don't want to learn that math on stream, so I might come back next week for next Wednesday's stream with, like, the thing that I want fully formed, having done the research. That is always a possibility. So this will ditch. Yeah, ditch the fairings, and then adjust its pitch program. And we actually have it pretty well aligned to where it doesn't want to pitch too aggressively. It just kind of keeps going and slowly tilts itself down. And I like that. I think the Thor stage is well dialed in. I figured out what's wrong here, by the way. It's that it points itself at prograde, not at its current forward direction. So we don't want it to be in ship prograde. We want it to be is whatever the ship's heading is. So we can fix that code the next time I flip over to the code. And then, yeah, this is going to keep burning itself towards... There we go, burned out. And then... Yeah, and I'm sure, you know, the USSR had massive amounts of solids as well, but, you know, when you consider how many millions and millions and millions of rockets both the US and the USSR made, the US just invested more in solids sort of over the whole arsenal over the course of, you know, periods of decades, right? Holy crap! Well, yeah, that's it. 0.0297, 0.03. Did we hit our target orbit? We hit our target orbit. First Sun synchronous orbit satellite. Cool. So we can do it with our with a Thor Able. Okay. And this is with a solid upper stage, and that I'm very proud of getting that dialed in and getting this whole thing's flying pretty well, all things considered. The upper stage guidance is still not what I want it to be. We're ending up in a much higher orbit than we actually need. But as far as all this goes, it's working reasonably well. So yeah, we could definitely spend spend a little more time fooling around with the scripts, but this gets us where it needs to get us, so I'm okay with that. And as we start to stretch the Able and stretch Thor and do other things with these stages, we're gonna see what was I saying? We're gonna have quite a bit more variance, so we're gonna have to keep tweaking those scripts anyway. There we go. But yeah, that is pretty much it for that. This thing. This is, I mean, we're gonna need to make a new launch complex for this because it's like twice as heavy as, yeah, my current launch complex. And we're going to need to so we're gonna have to wait for the launch complex and wait for the yeah, thanks for stopping in. Yeah, if the sun is already rising, it's definitely time for bed. That's yeah, I'm glad you made it in, and certainly you're welcome in whenever you can. But I appreciate you watching the VODs too. All right. Well, I am also, I think, gonna call it here. We got to do the new launch complex, and I want to make sure that I do that right and that I'm thinking about it, and that means I need to play around with some variants of this, stretched tanks, some other things to make sure that I size the launch complex correctly. Same with sizing the avionics and all of that stuff. And of course, as soon as I change the size of the avionics modules in these, that's also going to affect the overall flight profile, so we might have to tweak that solid a little bit. But it seems like it's currently slightly overperforming what we need. So we might be fine there, but still. So let's flip over to the code and look at this to-do list, and we did all of this today, which is great. So if I look at what is upcoming in research, we have entry, descent, and landing, and lunar range comms. So we're gonna want to, when we get here, we're gonna want to fly a film camera satellite? Question mark? We're gonna want to figure that out. Here we're gonna want to figure out the Thor Able launch complex. And then fly SSO satellite. And this Sun Synchronous Orbit satellite has all of the current research that I have available to me on it. That's not like film cameras. So we really do need to fly that so we can get that science going for us, but we're also going to have to fly film cameras soon. And once we have lunar range comms, let me flip back to the game real quick again. Flip over to R&D here. So, yeah, we need to start doing this basic avionics research if we want to do lunar missions, because we need the deep space avionics. Lunar range comms, I don't think we need to do anything, except we can unlock this tracking station research. Oh yeah, that's important. I'll put that in my notes. Upgrade tracking station, and then when the tracking station upgrade is done, we will be able to start using... Snooze this ad, please, Twitch. We'll be able to start using... what's the word I'm looking for? Maneuver nodes in scripts. Yay! Yeah, we need it up at level 3 for the commercial contract, and then, yeah, that's one more tech beyond that, but I'm not taking that program yet. We have all of our program goals in the Earth Science and the Lunar programs before I grab the, this interplanetary comms and start doing the commercial ones. I'm pushing those missions way further back this time than I did them last time. So, yeah. But getting science is the important part, right? So we're going to have the television camera, magnetometer, all of this stuff. So we're going to have to fly this film camera. This, I mean, hopefully we can manage to fly some variant of this on top of our Thor question mark. We're gonna have to figure out what that looks like. Getting this running up in space. But yeah, our next research text that we want to take is probably basic avionics or the 1958 orbital rocketry, which is going to give us an upgrade to our our Thor Able. We're going to have the AJ-10 upgrade, and we're going to have the LR-79 upgrade. This also does give us a Gina, and we could think about going to an Agena stage instead of an Able stage, but I did Agena last time, so maybe I'll just stick with Able this time. So yeah, the next research then... Oh, and the other thing we could do right away at the beginning of the next session, or actually I'll do it now before we end, is we want to upgrade the mission, whatever it's called. The place where you get contracts. Mission control. Because this will, this is half of what we need to get flight planning. So we'll start that one. And then when we get lunar range comms, we can start the next one. As far as available science that we have right now, I really wish I could resize this. Magnetic scan. Yeah, for some things we'll be able to grab potentially the EU engines. A lot of those are relatively new in RP-1. There's been a big push to add more of those. Yeah, so we have space low for magnetic scan is 6.6, which isn't huge. Micrometeorite is going to be 7.6 when it's done, so that's like 14 science. Cosmic ray science, yeah, another 10, 11 or so, so we're at like 24, 25. Video imaging, I think, is going to help a lot, because we have that, yeah, space low per biome. That's another 18 science. So we have the science available to get a bunch of the techs that we need to get more science. But we do have to be pretty deliberate with what we're gonna do to get it all. And then, like, the biological sample, space low is huge, right? There's a ton of value in this thing. 40 science sitting here. But to get this done, we really need to have a satellite that's in orbit for a day, and does the return from orbit. I might or might not get this designed next time, but it's definitely soon TM, because we didn't really do orbital return during the first attempt, and I do want to get that working in this attempt. But yeah, we have plenty of science. We have the tech to get it. The question is, can I be a good enough programmer to help us get it, and can I be aligned with the program goals? We're going to wrap up this program and grab lunar probes and Earth observation satellites here pretty soon. And this one is also going to have a bunch of, we're going to have to get satellites up into some interesting orbits with these. A lot of these are satellites that the first time I flew on Atlas, and I'm hopeful that I can fly them on Thor Able or Thor Regina or something this time around. Especially if I'm more willing to use like solid kick stages and things like that. So that is the plan, and next time will be you two have a good weekend. Next time we'll get all of it going. I'm just rambling at this point. Sorry, I'm tired and hungry. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. I need to eat. So I'll call it here. Thanks again, everybody who's tuned in. And thanks to everyone who watches on YouTube. It's always really appreciated. If you want to come watch me live and you're on YouTube, there's a link to my Twitch down below in the description. And if you're watching on YouTube and want to do anything to feed the algorithm, it really does always help. So yeah, thanks again, everybody. And I'll see you all next time.